Hello, hello, hello. Alright, let's keep going. It's like 10 p.m. I had hoped to steal a moment rest after our little outing, but it would seem due to cause. A foreign emissary arrived in my absence. Do not let us keep you waiting. Actually, I was wondering if you might join me. I cannot think of a guest who could fail to impress by the presence of the Scion. At least none I should be happy to receive. Of course, if you think it will be useful. Thank you. Let us return to my manor then.
Lise, what brings you here?
Oh, Alliance business. We have a request for Doma. Well, Hien. But that can wait. They told me you were out searching for Alphino. Did you manage to pick up his trail? Well, if he wasn't at the crash site, he might still have escaped. We have to keep searching.
And we will. Alphino embarked on this journey as an emissary of Dorma, and I hold myself responsible for his safe return. I will have our shinobi in the provinces search for him as a matter of urgency. Chin up, Alize. You'll get to admonish your brother for his recklessness yet.
Well, someone has to do it.
I'm sure he's going to be fine. There is one thing I'm not sure about, though. You said it was the Emperor's personal guard that attacked Alphino's airship. But the Popularis would never have been able to arrange the prisoner exchange without Varys' blessing. So why would he sabotage his own mission?
They may not have been acting on Varys' orders. The guard answer not only to him, but to his family, the Crown Prince included.
When Yotsuyu summoned Tsukuyomi, Asahi was quick to proclaim that a dormant citizen had violated the terms of our agreement, that the negotiations had failed. And it is this version of events that is now being repeated across Garlemald. To hear the tale, one would think the prisoner exchange never took place. Plainly, someone is manipulating matters from the shadows. Most likely Xenos, or whoever it is that wears his face.
Whichever Ascian you mean. We all know the nature of our adversary.
The servants of Chaos are true to their name. Their meddling has cost Dorma a chance at peace. Whoever it was that loosed his personal guard, the Emperor cannot be ignorant of these developments. We must proceed on the assumption that our treaty is indeed in tatters. But come, Lise. You have journeyed far. Let me hear your petition.
Right. So the big news is that Ala Mhigo has agreed to join the Eorzean Alliance. To make it official and discuss where we all go from here, the leaders of the 5 nations are planning to hold a meeting, and we were hoping you might come too. We've already seen what we can achieve when we work together, and the Alliance hopes to work even more closely in future. They think it's our best hope of keeping the Garleans in check, and I agree.
As do I. By coordinating our efforts in the east and west, we may be able to discourage them from committing their forces to a single front. I accept your invitation. I must, however, ask for time to attend to some pressing matters here. In light of recent events, the risk of Imperial reprisals is greater than ever, and I would not leave Dorma unguarded. Ere I depart, I must shore up her defenses.
Understood. I'll let the Alliance know. We'll wait to hear from you before setting a date. The meeting's to be held at the Royal Palace in Ala Mhigo, incidentally. Do you remember the way?
Well enough. Please assure my hosts that I will not keep them waiting any longer than I have to.
Consider it done. And thank you for agreeing to come. If we all put our heads together, we're sure to find the best way forward.
My adversaries and I will presently convene to discuss the matter of Doma's defenses. You are welcome to stay, of course. Had you not offered, I would have requested leave to remain. Where the Ascians are concerned, not may be left to chance. As ever, we would benefit from your experience. I thank you for coming, Glees. Even if it was on official business, I had hoped there might be time to show you the land you helped to save. But I will settle for a fleeting visit if needs must. There never does seem to be enough time for anything, does there? But I did get to see a little of the Enclave. You made excellent progress, I must say, and soon you'll have the chance to see how you're getting on to. Till the meeting then. I was wondering if I might have a word with you before I go in private. Go on, my friend. I will send for Hakuru and the others in the meantime. Great. I'll wait for you at the docks. Do they use the teleporter, or is it just, oh hey, let me go travel a few days across the sea, then cross a great river to get to this land for me, or small talk, and then go do it again? Because it defeats the purpose of a whole teleporting system, even if you have to pay. But paying is not cheap. Thanks for coming. Knowing you probably guessed what I wanted to talk about. Alisaie, she's acting as if everything is alright, but it's clear she's barely coping. The Alisaie I know is overbearing, willful, and reckless, and that's fine. It's how she deals with feeling weak. She has to keep moving, or she's afraid she'll fall apart. A lot like me. But the thing about people like us is that we need someone to keep an eye on us. I had Papa Limu, and now I have my friends in the Resistance, and Alisaie has you in the Scions. Before you start, I'm not saying you're neglecting her. I'm sure you aren't, and I'm sure you won't, but she's a good friend, and when I see her like this, I can't help worrying. So please, make sure you give her all the support she needs right now. All right. Thank you. It goes without saying, but if there's anything I can do, you only need to ask. Well, I'd best be off. See you in Alamejito. Alamejito. Just realized we're still missing one Godslayer robot that went off to fight a dragon. Never found the Godslayer robot, but we found the dragon. No, we did. That's with that's where Sid is. Glorian is expecting you. May I show you the moon? Ah, there you are, my friend. Everyone has a symbol, so let us begin.
If we are to ready ourselves for invasion, we shall need manpower, provisions, and time, all of which are in notably short supply.
Candid as ever, Yugiri, and correct, I concede. Fortunately, I have an idea. 'Tis plain no single nation can stand against the might of the Empire. And it was only with the aid of others that Dorma succeeded in winning her freedom. So, I mean to our own. In addition to those with whom we already share an understanding, I would reach out to Hingashi and Suinosato, and further afield to the myriad peoples of Nangsha and Dalmasca. I am under no illusion. Not all will answer the call. Yet disparate though we may be, we are united in our desire for freedom. If our neighbors could be made to see what is at stake, Ascian machinations and all, cooperation need not be so far-fetched a notion.
It may even seem practical. Under the guidance of our former leader, Master Louis Soir, we once strove to unite the fractious city-states of Eorzea. I dare say that experience shall be of use in your endeavor.
We should be glad of your wisdom.
For the record, I would have been in favor of this plan even if it hadn't been my grandfather's, but I have to ask, how will we secure the time to carry it out? Not that anyone has forgotten, but the Garleans have airships. Lots and lots of airships. Should they catch wind of our plan, they could send an armada to overwhelm us before our alliance had even begun to take shape.
Not if we deny them access to the skies. During our time in the Burn, the Warrior of Light and I chanced upon some Allagan ruins.
Oh?
As such ruins go, they were not particularly unusual. But something about the surrounding land struck me as odd. Faint though it was, its ethereal residue was uncannily similar to that of Azizlar. Identical, in fact. For locations so far removed to share a single etheric signature is all but impossible. I conclude, therefore, that the Allagans created the floating continent with land taken from the Burn. While that is a most intriguing theory, I fail to see what relevance it has to Dorma's defense. Azizlar was enclosed in a powerful energy barrier, impenetrable even to an Agrias-class battleship. It occurred to me that those ruins may have enjoyed similar protection. I have no proof, but the Warrior of Light did report seeing a structure resembling other known Allagan field generators.
All right. But even if we could put up such an energy barrier, it surely wouldn't extend beyond the limits of the Burn. So what's to stop the Garleans flying around it?
Fuel. The Dalmascan capital, Rabanasta, was a key Imperial refueling point in the east. By laying waste to it as a lesson to the rest, the Empire greatly hindered its own operations in the region. If an Imperial fleet were to advance upon Doma, it would now have little choice but to travel, as the crow flies, over the burn.
I see.
A word of caution. Even assuming the generator still functions, raising a barrier of such a scale will require a prodigious amount of energy. And few places are so bereft of suitable crystals as the burn.
A source of energy. Tell me, did the Allagans make a habit of launching things into the sky?
A curious question. Besides Az's La, I know of only one other notable instance. The Red Moon Dalamud, whose fall triggered the calamity.
Just the 2 occasions, you say? Then I believe I may have a solution to our energy problem.
You do?
I may. To find out for sure, we would need to visit the Azim Steppe. Which would, I now see, present the perfect opportunity to discuss an alliance with the Zayla tribes. How very neat. What say you then? Shall we see whither this road leads?
I happen to like the Zayla tribes. It is settled then. I will join you to Azim Steppe with the Scions Yugiri and Hakaru. I leave other neighbors to you. My apologies, but I won't be joining you. I'm no etherologist, and what skill I do possess are unlikely to be any great use to the mission. But more importantly, it seems to me that the ruins and the burns weren't intention. And so while you are away securing an energy source, I will engage our friend at Garlean Ironworks to undertake a complete overhaul of the field generator. We'll need them in good working order if our plan is to succeed. I trust there are no objections. I'm sure she loved the burn. Joking aside, I was planning to enlist her help with organizing everything, but we'll still need a scion on the ground. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll manage without me. Good luck. Tataru would be good, though she wouldn't like the sand. Just the 3 of us then. Very well, shall we make first for a reunion? Why not you? So this is the Azim Steppe. The tales do not do it justice. If you think the view is impressive here, wait until you reach higher ground. Actually, seeing as it's your first visit, permit me to show you my favorite spot. It's weird that she can... How would she be able to see this from her standpoint? I don't know if she reads the ether, but is it visible with her own eyes, or...?
I will never tire of this vista. The endless fields, the boundless skies. 'Tis a sight to make a man forget his cares.
But not his purpose, I trust. Might this be a fitting moment to tell us what we are doing here?
Of course. During my time with the mole, I learned some few myths of this land. One goes thus. In the distant past, when all seemed doomed, a wayfaring soul came unto the steppe. Venturing into the northern crag, he received of Nama a sliver of her essence, a shard of the shining moon, and with it clove the tainted land from the earth. The end thus averted, to these fields did the wayfaring soul return, and venturing once more into the northern crag, he buried the shard, and made unto the heavens an offering of blood.
A tainted land cloven from the earth and an offering of blood to the heavens. Azizlar and Dalamud.
That was my thinking, yes.
And you believe that yonder mountains hide an artifact possessed of sufficient power to raise Azizlar up to the heavens? I suppose that might suffice.
Worth a closer look, would you say?
I would.
I don't know if it's me, but I completely missed that whole tale between and the connection it has to Azizlar and Dalamud. Besides that crystal with great power is buried somewhere to the north. From here we shall travel to Ma'al. There we may ask Serena about the particulars of the myth and raise the matter of an alliance with the rulers of the steppe. Oh, so far away. I love the ambience music of the steppes. And I love that you can't fall for any steep location directly unless you go up one. So nothing particularly will kill you from fall damage. Not often though I'd die from fall damage though, so. Not rarely, honestly. Music changed directly after 6. Ian, I'm glad of your visit and the opportunity to welcome a new friend. How may we serve you? Here's a matter I would discuss with the Mall. It concerns not only the peoples of the steppe, but of every land in the Far East. It's weird that they call their land the Far East. You don't really generalize your location. The shard of the shining moon left behind by a wayfaring soul, and you need to protect our lands. I do, my friends, and I wish to find the shard and ascend the extent of its power. Will you tell me more about the place where it lies buried, this northern crag? If that is your wish, in the mountains to the north, there is a cavern called the House of the Crooked Coin. Inside the cavern are pillars of stone that legend holds to be the source of Nama's power. There, I believe we will find what you seek. Ah, yes, I know the place. 'Tis a brisk walk from here, and And what are your thoughts on an alliance? Should the Empire return, our land will be engulfed in a storm of conflict. Whether we will it or not, or no, if we do not stand together, we will fall apart. This I believe in with all my heart. However, among the tribes of the steppes, there are those who revere Nam above all else. To them, the pillars are sacred and not to be disturbed. Should you perceive as you propose, such tribes are like to spurn an alliance, prompting others to follow their example. That is my concern. But it is by no means certain that the pillars will provide the power you seek. Ere you risk the ear of the followers of Nama, might you not first visit the House of the Crooked Coin? If all is as you hope, we may then consider how best to earn their blessing. I thank you for your counsel. We will do as you suggest. I have no desire to give offense to those with whom I would join hands. Thank you for your understanding. Though the Maul may reign over the steppe today, this decision will shape the days to come, and we would not force others into war against their will. Nor we. 100-fold stronger are they who choose to fight of their own accord. It seems the time is come to put my skills to use. Pray lead the way to the House of the Crooked Coin. Crooked? You didn't even ask grandmother for a proposition? Is it proposition? I look into the future or some sort? Well, it's not a look into a future. It's more or less counsel with their deity. Which they tend to do a lot too. Their whole basis of the religion is they do everything by the word of their God. That's not a problem. It's what they believe in. Oh gosh, I'm holding pauses like I'm talking. Oh, not what I was thinking. A crazy looking construction.
Such an abundance of ether.
Are we in luck?
We are. This is an Allagan artifact, most likely built to regulate the flow of ether. I strongly suspect the ancients used it to stem the flow from here to the burn. That would explain how they were able to untether what became Azys La from its surroundings. But were we to throw open the floodgates, the resultant deluge would surely be sufficient to raise our wall. And in restoring the flow, we may also restore life to the wasteland.
What is it?
While the device itself harbors a surfeit of ether, the opposite is true of the surrounding area. An effect of regulation, perhaps. A similar phenomenon seemed to be occurring in Doma. Whatever the explanation, the answer will not reveal itself here. We have seen what we needed to see. Let us return to Mol Ilo.
So is it just a string of pillars of constructs that lead directly down? Because that is, I'm not going to say a weird design choice, but it's a weird idea to have in general. To make it pillars instead of one singular pillar, I don't know. You found that which you seek, then great. Indeed is the Dust Mother's power, if not less, will suffice to protect our lands. The blessing of the other tribes must now be sought. Of course, but to which tribe should we appeal? There are many who worship Nama, but none are so fervent in their faith as the Dothral. Their consent shall be the key. The Dothal least spoke of them, a warlike tribe possessed of unique customs and beliefs. I sense their cooperation will not be easily won. Nay, but it will be well worth the effort. The Dothal feel nothing, death least of all, and our alliance would be greatly strengthened by their presence. Let us go to Dothal Ka and treat with their cotton Suda. Can you trade with people directly? I've never tried it. What chat is that? Oh, there's no fast travel here. Well, I do that. Okay, it was a shout. Why are you in the steps? Yeah, why are you in the steps? That's a weird place to descend out of that shower. Be nice if I can get a regular horse too. Pretty sure this is the way out to the burn also. As it becomes less grassland and more sand. This would be most likely gravel. Which is weird that... No, they have a little, like, lake. But would the flow of ether actually help? Yugan, other matters demand our time, Khan. Unless it is battle you seek. Well, that's not quite the opposite, in fact. Talking, always talking. You say the pillars hold great power. Of course they do. They are the source of Nama's strength. To the Dothal, no place is more sacred, and we will make ash of any who will defile it. Though I see this is not your wish. You see the wisdom of our proposition, then you will join hands with us? I said nothing of joining hands. You wish to wield Nama's power to defend these lands, and this I will allow. But for leaving the steppes to fight the man in iron, I will have something in return. Namely battle with you, Khan. The Nadim ended ere it begun. I would face you again alone, without distractions. Defeat me, prove yourself stronger, and you shall have the Dothal as your allies. Surely these are agreeable terms. Well, this is a not wholly unexpected turn of events, though I had assumed I would be the one required to fight. Alas, the Cotton has made her choice. If I gotta do it, I gotta do it. It shall be a battle the steppe shall not soon forget. Already my soul burns brighter. Prepare yourself, Khan, and await me outside the Ka. Will gather my witnesses and join you anon. Hope I don't die to a black mage. That will be embarrassing at most. It's a good thing I didn't choose a healer, though. Well, I still would think, I forget her name, but she was right there in front of me. I think Y'shtola would win the fight. I had to see her name to actually remember. That was kind of bad. No, I like Y'shtola. Y'shtola. But that's why black magic fighting against each other. I think that's... There was a word against that, so I can't say nothing to go with.
Yes! This spot shall serve as well as any. I shall enjoy this Khan.
Is this truly necessary? Have you no peaceable way of making decisions?
Speak not of peace. You stand before proud warriors of the Dothal. In the heat of battle do our souls burn brightest. We lay low the strong that we may rise higher. That is our way. The way of might. There is no other.
Oh, they do not want for conviction.
Indeed. It's what makes them such dangerous enemies. And such useful allies.
Enough talk! It is time to fight!
souls sing! In death do our souls sing! In death do our souls sing! In death do our souls sing! How it burns! In death do our souls sing!
That was, why summon a meteor?
Yes! Not since the Nardum has my soul burned so! Come! We have only just begun!
Enough! You were not granted leave to set the steppe ablaze.
Well, well, the sun has come out to play.
Be gone, Moonstruck Oronir! I am busy!
Fool of a Dothal! Have you forgotten the face of your master already? The sun will never set! From his seat on high, he reigns over all, now and forever. Yet what should he find here but a battle to determine the fate of the steppe? A battle waged without his blessing. This will not stand. You, Doman! You who come to petition the warriors of this land, forget that all Nama's children are wards of the Oronir. As first among my brothers, your petition is mine alone to judge.
These words are as wind from a horse's backside. Plentiful, but your axe sings more sweetly. Let her speak for you.
Insolent child. You will learn your place!
Forgive me, Brother Magni, but we have an arrangement with the Dothal. We will not abide any interruptions.
So be it. The sun will pass judgment on all. Didakul, join me.
The sun is in good company. We may dance alone.
Beg not for mercy, for you will have none. Bear witness to the power and the glory of Azim!
Constantly at each other's throats like rabid dogs. Gods, I'm turning into her. I have not the patience for this, but if we must fight, let us at least be brief. Come.
Die! Bow down before me! Die!
Mark well and learn! Concentrate!
Die! down before me!
Mark well and learn!
Do our souls sing! In death 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 do our souls sing!
down before me! Heal or die!
Mark well and learn! Concentrate!
Heal or die! Bow down before me!
Mark well and learn!
Kneel or die! Bow down before me! Tremble before the sun!
Let us be about it!
Aoife! To me! Have at you!
It's similar to the design for red magic too.
Never have I felt such bliss in defeat. 'Twas a battle to burn soul and flesh to ash. We Dothal will lend you our strength as promised. Narma's power is yours to wield. What does the sun say to that?
The sun is not driven by base motives such as yours. But they have been judged and found worthy.
us, or they just came over here to fight?
It is the way of the Oranir to accord recognition and respect to the strong. You have made sufficient proof of your strength. The sun shall answer your call.
You have our thanks. We are glad to call you allies.
You? By what are you called?
Y'shtola. Why?
Are you my Nama?
I beg your pardon?
In battle, you shone with all the majesty of the full moon's light. Your healing touch, the embodiment of the Dusk Mother's love. Long had I wondered if my Nama might not be a woman of the steppe. Beholding you, I am all but certain. Now, look into my eyes. Could it be? Could you be?
I am. Not interested, little son. Try again when you've become a man.
Oh, that was an interesting. Why'd you have to lead him on with that shutdown? That was too harsh.
Little?
You gotta rub it in his.
Little son!
You gotta rub it in his face too.
Does it pain you, little son? Crave you salve to soothe the ache? Fire to sear the wound in your heart?
We have wasted enough time here. Sirin awaits for word of our success.
Well, she started a war and just left. And that same best, I didn't think he didn't talk, honestly. He didn't have a voice actor. Yeah, not only contend with Sadu, but Magnai too. Such a fierce battle that must have been. Yet here you stand, triumphant, having passed such a test. They could not well deny you their alliance. The Maul will make no such demands. Weak though we are, we will gladly stand with you. The steppe is our home, and we will defend it with all our being. You have my heartfelt thanks. Of all the tribes of the steppes, there is none I would rather have at my side. God's willing, many more will rely to our cause. I shall send you word when we have answer from all the tribes. I cannot thank you enough, Sirena. Now, none of this would have been possible without you. We have the requisite consent. 'Tis time we put Nama's power to use. If the ether flows as planned, all that remains is to have the Ironworks engineers do their work at the ruins. Come, let us return to the House of the Crooked Coin. been good to have Alizé in that fight. I don't even think I know the red mage's, I don't know the red mage's limit break. Well, LB3 at least. I don't know summoners either. I've done the black mages, I've done monk. But that's about it. I haven't gotten to use anything else, but I've seen the others. I called him a berserker. I meant to call him warrior. Wow, I have a weird thought pattern. I was thinking about LBs, then I thought about the fight where I called him a berserker instead of a warrior. I should begin at once. You may wish to step back. This thing is gonna explode, that's why.
Did it work?
It did. Ether may flow freely to the burn once more.
Was something... Well, what? I do not pretend to understand what you did, Y'shtola, but you did it. Thanks to you and the adventurer, of course, we have taken a monumental step towards securing our defenses. Now, as much as I believe a rest is in order, we should probably make haste back to the Enclave. Agreed. The others may already have returned from their missions, and I would know how things stand. As would I. Without further ado, then. I can't believe I lost because I didn't know that the swords could be broken, the axes could be broken. Judging by your triumphant expressions, I take it all went well in Azim's step. Indeed, we have secured a suitable source of energy for the barrier. Good. Tataru and I have commissioned Garland Ironworks to ensure that the field generator function as they should. The team of engineers stand ready to set out for the burn at a moment's notice. You need only say the word. I thank you for engaging their services on our behalf. The minutiae of the argument you may leave to me, which just leaves the small matter of our alliance. So Yugiri and Hikaru, how fare you with our neighbors? My lord, all the factions we approach are in agreement that the Empire poses a threat, and many respond positively to the talk of an alliance. From Hingashi and Sansu Sato, however, we receive outright rejection. The former will not break his treaty with the Empire, and the latter will not involve itself in conflict. Just as we expected then. Well, there is no naught to be done about it. We must focus on the rest. To each of the nations that we were amenable to an alliance, I will personally send a missive. And once I have attended to that, I believe we will have done everything we can to fortify Doma's defense. For the time being, at least, all of which means I may leave for the meeting in Almanigo with a lighter heart. Yugiri Hikaru, if you would be so kind as to hold the fort in my absence. My friends, we could not have achieved so much in so little time without your help. For that, I give you my heartfelt thanks. Till the meeting, you am. I guess the meeting now? I took the liberty of asking Thinker to attend as well. He should have arrived in our Mohican quarters by now. Then let us not keep him waiting, shall we? Oh, that was a weird lag. I should have went the other way. Let's go down the back street. Oh no, there is a shortcut there. It wasn't a cut around the other way though, so it's a good thing I did see it. Strolla has told me all, and I duly told Urianger and Krell. Krell in particular was concerned about Alphinaud, but I assured her that everything that can be done is being done. She agreed to continue with her own tasks for the time being, on the conditions that I contact her the moment there is any development. So that leaves 4 of us to attend the council. Arnvel is here to assist with security. Incidentally, though the poor lad seems altogether too distracted for the task. Another one missing Alphinaud, I expect. But it's almost time. As soon as you are ready, present yourself to the guardsmen at the palace entrance, and I shall be far behind. The signs of 7 now. Welcome to Almanigo. Well, it's just telling me. A bunch of cutscenes about to take place.
Mistress Lyse, Commander Aldin, it gives me great pleasure to formally welcome the city-state of Alamigo to the Eorzean Alliance.
The pleasure is ours, Your Grace. I know I speak for all Alamegans when I say that we are glad of this chance to stand with our comrades of the Alliance.
And we for our part are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Lord Hien of Doma, at your service. Pray, accept my heartfelt thanks for your generous invitation.
Nay, 'tis we who must thank you for journeying so far. And 'twould be remiss of me not to acknowledge the part the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have played in bringing all of us together. In times of great unrest, you and yours have been our constant companions, without whom we would not be here.
With apologies to Lord Hien and Mistress Alisaie, it occurs to me that we have not gathered in this way since that fateful day in Ul'dah.
The day I lost my arm and my freedom. As I lay in my cell, never did I dream that I would one day be given the chance to represent my homeland at this council. I would not even be alive had you not plucked me from the jaws of death. You, Yugiri, and Alphinaud. Would that the lad could be with us.
I too owe my presence here to Alphinaud, in so many ways. Until such time as he returns, I mean to carry on his good work as best I can.
Come, friends. Let us leave the past in the past and turn our eyes to the future. My Lord Hien, pray, tell us how things stand in the East.
Having heard the rumors of dissent in Garlemald, I dared to dream of a peaceable solution.
The Empire will not so easily change its ways. If the Garleans have a mind to take back Doma and Ala Mhigo, we'll be hard-pressed to stop them, even with the might of 6 nations. But while we lack the strength to fight the tide, a course may yet present itself, if we read the winds aright.
The winds suggest but one course to me. One which leads from the sea unto the river and thence to the source of all our woes.
The Ascians.
Indeed. All here have felt their blighted touch. It was the Bringers of Chaos who nurtured the Archbishop's tyrannical ambitions. They who bestowed upon him the secrets of summoning, as they have so many others before and since. And while they remain, we shall know no peace.
Our objective is clear. The question is how to achieve it. That our enemy parades about in Xenos' skin poses problems in itself, but ere we get to them, how are we to infiltrate the Empire and get close enough to strike?
While I see the wisdom in targeting the Ascians, an assassination attempt on Garlean soil would do little to aid our cause, even were it to succeed. It's time we used our enemy's preferred tactic: subterfuge.
You have an idea?
Speak your mind, Master Thancred. None here know the enemy better than the Scions, and you mayhap best of all. Whatever it is you propose, we will give it fair hearing. On that you have my word.
Very well, Admiral. My proposal is thus. We dispatch the shinobi to Imperial territory. There, they sow the rumor that the Crown Prince perished in the battle for Ala Mhigo, and that the man parading around is in fact a corpse inhabited by a servant of darkness.
Well, it does have the ring of truth about it. And were the Garleans to learn that their future ruler is a puppet, the Empire would be shaken to the core.
But at the risk of sounding stupid, would they actually believe such an unlikely story? I didn't.
Ordinarily not. But prior to his miraculous recovery, rumors of Xenos' death had already begun to circulate around the Empire. Ultimately, however, what the masses believe is not our chief concern. Our true objective is to create an opening for rival factions within Garlemald to exploit.
Just as a war of succession erupted in the wake of Emperor Solus's death.
A war which raged until but recently, plunging the Imperial House into disarray as nephew and uncle grappled for the throne. It is no coincidence that one of Varus's first acts as Emperor was to name Xenos heir apparent, family feuds being so tiresome when armies are involved. Not all welcomed his choice of successor, however. There is no shortage of individuals who aspire to the throne, who would jump at any chance to seize power. The news that Xenos is not only dead, but a puppet to diabolical forces would be too enticing to ignore.
The Empire would not be quick to recover from a second war of succession.
I am no stranger to infiltrating Imperial territory. With a team of operatives gathered from among the Alliance's finest, the plan should have a reasonable chance of success.
Dorma already has shinobi in place throughout the provinces. We stand ready to act, and act we must. What say you all?
I'm for Master Thancred's proposal. We shine a light upon the Ascian and test the Empire's unity. 'Twas his plot that scuttled Doma's negotiations, was it not? Why then, if we can eliminate him, there may yet be a chance for peace. Let us wage this war of subterfuge, that we may one day lay down our arms. Gods know we never will while the Ascians remain.
That way. Sorrow.
This is a weird headache.
History must be changed. Ahead looms a calamity. Ahead looms light, expunging all form and life. Twin dooms only you can forestall. Only you.
What's the matter?
There's a voice.
Spies in our midst?
Nay, I sense no such presence.
Let expanse contract. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Is it over?
Master Thancred!
12 for Fend. Bear him to a private chamber. Have every healer make ready. Swiftly!
Master Thancred remains in slumber. Though his vital signs appear stable, he's unresponsive.
What could have done this? And why just him and not the others?
I'm afraid we could not identify the cause, my lady. Our examinations revealed no wounds, nor the presence of any poisonous substances.
Gods, that only makes it worse. You're to let us know the moment there's any change, all right?
Thank you for coming. Knowing Thancred, he would apologize for being otherwise engaged at so crucial a juncture.
In gifting us a course of action, Thancred sowed the seed of all that is to follow. We have but to nurture it as best we can. To him, I would say, rest easy, that he may wake to enjoy the fruits of our labors. Now, the matter of the mysterious voice must not be forgotten. Will you tell me exactly what happened?
Alisaie and I heard a voice in the moments before Thancred collapsed. It was accompanied by a severe headache, as if something were clutching at our minds. Did you experience the same thing?
So, in between the voice and the pain, you felt as if you were somewhere else entirely?
Your testimony confirms my suspicion. That which you experienced was, I believe, your soul being plucked from your flesh. Called.
Called?
I myself examined Thancred. Reach out as I may, I could not sense in him the spark of life that is his soul. That Thancred alone was stricken so is likely due to his heightened sensitivity to the effects of ether, a consequence of his prior possession by the Ascian Lahabrea. The owner of the voice, whoever it may be, reached out to you, called your souls, and in so doing, caused you and yours such pain.
But if that's true, where exactly are we being called to?
I know not. Yet one thing is plain. Whoever waits for you on the other side is possessed of a power unlike any I have ever known.
Forgive us, Lys, but may we leave Thancred in your care for a time?
As if you had to ask. I may not be a scion anymore, but I'm no less a friend. Don't worry. I'll see to it that Thancred's well looked after. Just focus on solving this mystery, all right?
Thank you, Lys. As the Elder Seedseer says, 'tis no ordinary individual we are dealing with. Nor can we discount the possibility of Ascian involvement.
Whoever or whatever is behind this, the sooner we find out, the better.
So, in the midst, he was trying to pluck our souls from our bodies and put in somewhere else. I thought it was an echo thing, but something else. I just tried to call Urianger on his link pro. He didn't respond, but I dare to hope that he possesses some knowledge we do not. Urianger, something happened during the meeting in Thancred's class. A disembodied voice suddenly started. What? But that's... We should talk about this in person. Alright. We'll meet you there. That was Urianger. He heard the voice too. And Thenelin? As we alone were afflicted at the meeting, I had my suspicions, but if the voice also spoke to Urianger, there can be a little doubt the signs were targeted specifically. But whom and to what end is the question, one to which we must find an answer with all possible haste. That means... wasn't Alpha Note also afflicted by it? Urianger agreed to meet us at the Rising Stone. If any of the others heard the voice, we'll find out soon enough. Good luck. I should get back to the meeting with the Elder Seedseer, but if there's anything I could do, anything at all, you must let me know. Alright, promise me. Right, let's be on our way. Oh, it already took me there. The normal group of people.
Urianger! Gods, it's good to see you.
Would that our meeting were under happier circumstances. I judged the voice sufficient cause for concern even before you sent word of its effect on our comrade.
You heard it too, then?
Aye. And all but certainly at the selfsame instant. Alas, pained as I was, I could make little sense of what few words did then reach mine ears.
Who do you think is responsible? Could this be the Ascians doing?
That I cannot say. Not when so little is known. Ere I indulge in speculation, I would examine Thancred with mine own eyes.
To Ala-Mhigo, then, without further delay.
One other thing. During my visit to the Far East, I observed a strange phenomenon.
Thou referrest, I presume, to the localized reduction in etheric density.
Well, that spares me the trouble of an explanation. Yes, I noted precisely that at two apparently unconnected locations. I take it the phenomenon is not limited to the Far East.
Indeed not. Of late, our agents charged with surveilling the beast tribes have spoken of little else. In every corner of the realm, they tell of places in which the ether hath grown thin. Naturally, my suspicions first turned to primal activity, but the areas thus affected betray no evidence of summoning. I must confess to being quite perplexed.
If the same phenomenon is being observed in multiple locations on opposite sides of the world, we may safely discount regional factors. Needless to say, this warrants further investigation.
Indeed, I shall make it my task to... The voice. It calleth to me once more.
I hear it too.
Only you. Only you.
No! Y'shtola! Urianger!
Throw wide the gates.
No! No, this can't be happening! Y'shtola! Urianger! Open your eyes! Open your eyes, I beg you! Say something! Anything! Not again. Please, not again.
What are said gates? Forgive me, that was an unseemly display. It happened before your very eyes, my lady. None here would have behaved any differently. We have borne the two of them into a private chamber, but tell me, is it true that Master Thancred languished in a like state in Almahego? I'm afraid so, though. Given the circumstance, it would seem best to observe them together. I will send word to Lise that he should be brought here. Take heart, my lady. The world is full of scholars and knowledge folk of every persuasion. Someone out there is bound to know what ails our comrades, how it may be cured, thus will we rouse them no matter what. That we will. Hooray. That we will. But first things first, our comrades will have questions. May I ask that you explain the situation to them? I must attend to private matter. Oh, I promised I'd visit someone in Limsa Lominsa. He's been waiting at Maelstrom Command for a while. You know, you should come along too. I think he'd be glad to see you. Slight change to the remote will do us justice. Yeah, Limsa Lominsa is probably not the first place I go see. I probably wouldn't go to the old lady in the waterfalls. Honestly, that would be my first choice. Stola's master should be the most convenient person to know how to deal with a call. It's a cobalt, isn't it? As you probably guessed, it's Gubu. We've come to see. The private here will bring him out to us. Ever since the Maelstrom took him in, I've tried to visit as often as I can. And after what befell our friends, I was taken by the urge to visit again. It's difficult to explain. Yo.
Here he is, my lady.
Gabu, it's been too long.
I'm afraid there's been no change. If he can see or hear us, he has given no sign.
I see. You're still fighting. I'm proud of you. We promised that we would come and visit you together, didn't we? Alphinaud and I. I'm sorry that we haven't managed that yet. You know, with the three of us like this, does it not remind you of that night? Of the stars beyond count twinkling in the heavens? I was feeling pretty low back then. Powerless. But I knew that my brother was close by if I needed him, and that the others would be waiting for me back at the Rising Stones. Not like now. I've seen my share of trouble since coming to Eorzea. Been reminded again and again of my limitations, of how little I can change about this world. And I've come to know the sorrow of parting all too well. But to have the people I hold dear struck down before my eyes, and be powerless to help them, that I cannot bear. No, I don't. You're right. It's pure arrogance to imagine I can solve everything by myself. You'd think I'd have learned that by now. Thank you. I don't know what I'd do without you. Well, that's more than enough brooding for one day. Come on. We have friends to save.
Let us return to the Rising Stones and take it from there. Thanks to get to agreeing to come. It meant a lot to me. Nice to know that's my friend list. I have not messed with settings 8 at all. The only thing I've changed with it is where my mount is. So, some of the buttons, I have no idea what they do. I did some thinking on the way back, and I think Corey is right. We need to seek outside help. Ordinarily, we would turn to our own experts on such matters, but they both among the shrunken. I will begin by reaching out to Myriad's Guild and Research Institute here in Eorzea. Additionally, Grandfather and Mephilia had a wealth of connections between them. I mean to explore those avenues too. We'll find a way to save everyone, mark my words. Much and more has happened in recent days. Some of it the good, some of not so. But all around me, people continue their fight. From the Shinobi who search for Alphinaud to the Alliance members who make ready to move against the Empire. They march on in the face of great adversary, bearing heavy burdens. Everyone is playing their part, and so must I. You have your own part to play, I know, and it's bigger than most, so I won't keep you. Just promise that you'll visit from time to time, and I promise I have good tidings to share with you when you do.
The Populares no longer present an obstacle. Now is the time to bring the Empire's might to bear. A word from your Radiance is all it takes. But one word, and the Imperial army will fall upon Ala-Mhigo as a pack of bloodthirsty wolves and tear that feeble nation apart. Have you no words for me? Despite the lengths I go to, an emissary playing the part of a fool. When first I took this face, I swore to use all of my knowledge, all of my power, to further the cause of the Empire. My deeds stand testament to my commitment. And with this adamant flesh at my disposal, I could destroy the Icon Slayer as easily as one might swat a fly. Why do you hesitate? Our enemy is resourceful. Though victory is certain now, it will not remain so indefinitely. Deliberate if you must, but be quick about it. We'll speak again when you have unburdened yourself of doubt. Until then, I take my leave, Father.
I should be the one to sigh. I played my part to perfection. I had earned my rest, and then, thanks to La Habrea's crowning act of idiocy, our favorite emissary sees fit to summon me back. Elidibus was ever a warrior. A most tiresome trait, would you not agree? What? Have you no words for me either? No matter. I've long grown weary of this mummery. Now, my dearest grandson, let me remind you of your place in the simplest of terms. You do not make judgments, you administer them. Swiftly and to the letter. Naught else is your concern. Elidibus may be an insufferable bore, but he is no fool. His choices as emissary seldom err. If aught threatens the balance twixt light and dark, it falls to you to remove it. Be it by your own hands or by your armies, you have ample means at your disposal. That is why this empire exists, why I built it. Oh dear, have I touched a nerve? You always were an easy one to read. I pity you, I do. As they say, ignorance is bliss. And I know how much happier you would be not knowing the things you know. The Founding Father was an Ascian, and he created the Empire solely for the purpose of sowing the seeds of chaos. Don't take it personally. I merely do my duty. To bring about a calamity requires no small amount of power. And there is no surer way to obtain such power than by collecting powerful pawns. To that end, I have labored long and hard, and I must say I am quite pleased with my handiwork, paltry though it seems in comparison to Allag.
You fiends are overfond of your own voices. Mark me, Ascian. Man is the master of his own destiny.
Such a waste of time and energy, both yours and mine. Lest you forget you are Emperor now. If you wish to spout drivel about man's destiny, save it for the masses. It will serve to give them a sense of purpose, and you pliant pieces for the game. Oh, do stop sulking, boy. You, of all people, should understand. Ours is a struggle to restore both mankind and the world to their rightful state. Viewed thus, our goals are one and the same.
Originally thought that was Xenos and his new body, but didn't imagine the grandfather was an Ashian too. So he has 2 Ashians in his wake. What in the world? Dead. All dead. Yeah, I see no wound nor any evidence of battle. They finally used it. The Empire developed an alchemic weapon in Gaia Banya, a gas, Black Rose. It was called, and to breathe it is to breathe your last. And that did this. I thought the project abandoned and its vile fruit destroyed, but naught else could have moored such an atrocity. Fools, what do they hope to gain with this butchery? Can they not see that a rule won through terror will not endure? How many more provinces must they lose? Nay, wait. This is not the work of men, but monsters, the Ashians. It cannot be a coincidence that their trail lead us here. Their objective was never to rule, but to sow strife and discord. Such a crime does indeed bear the mark of the bringer of chaos. Black Rose cannot be allowed to kill again. We must find the Ashian and put an end to their plot. Did he not get a residue of all the chemicals that was in there?
I'm glad you've come, though I'm afraid there's little in the way of good news. After you left, We reached out to both the Alchemists Guild and Stillglade Fane and attempted all manner of treatments. But the results were always the same. Whatever the answer is, it's not alchemy or conjuring. Why did it have to be Y'shtola and Urianger and not me? Out of all of us, they are the ones who could feasibly have solved this puzzle, and Alphino's still missing. God, it's all going wrong. Where do we even start?
A grave situation indeed. Might I be of some assistance?
Krile! I thought you were busy delving into the mysteries of Eureka.
When word reached me of the plight of our friends, I could not well stay away. As a fellow scion, not to mention your erstwhile mentor, this is one of those times you should feel free to call on me, regardless of my personal circumstances.
Yes, I should have thought of that. Thank you for coming, Krile. We would welcome your insight.
And I should be happy to provide it. Now, what's this I hear about Alphino heading into Imperial territory? That boy always did have some funny ideas. Do you remember the speech he gave when he was accepted to the Studium?
My life's goal is naught less than the salvation of this star.
That particular grand pronouncement has been a source of great embarrassment to him, as you know. But the fact of the matter is, he meant every word and has lived his life accordingly.
Yes, he remains altruistic to a fault. But I'm worried he was too fixated on his goals to see the dangers, as has happened before.
You needn't be so concerned. Though his values remain the same, Alphino is not the blinkered boy he once was. Slowly but surely his eyes have been opened, thanks to a certain someone. A certain someone whom he'd be mortified to learn had heard about his little speech. Mum's the word, eh? Right, I'd better have a look at our patients. They're in the infirmary, I assume. I'll need absolute quiet, so it would be best if I did this alone. If you'll excuse me. All three are in fine physical health. At a glance, I would say they were merely sound asleep. Except for the fact that I couldn't sense the slightest trace of them in their bodies. It's as if their souls have taken leave of their physical forms.
Ah, yes. The Elder Seedseer made a similar observation.
I've read the report. When you heard this mysterious voice, you described feeling as if you were somewhere else, yes? If we assume the ether which comprises your essence is being drawn to some other place, then it may be possible to follow the trail it leaves behind, just as we did in our search for Thancred.
I wasn't around for that, but I can't imagine it was easy.
Oh, it wasn't. But that's no reason not to try. I will have need of Master Matoya's crystal eye if I'm even to make the attempt. So I suggest we pay her a visit.
I knew we was gonna see Matoya sometime. Probably the smartest person to do about it. I can't teleport directly here. I gotta go to Idashire. Where did that block of land landed anyways? Just destroying walls. I can't fly here. It's nice to be able to fly somewhere again. Master Matoya's... No? And it's so far away. I didn't think we was gonna follow the the use of the echo. This is what the crystal eye is used for, or made for. I have similar crystals with the elemental shards that that I have in my soul. I guess it is. I don't know if it's in my soul or something else. Her Master Matoya has something of a recluse, but this seems extreme still. I happily overlook her eccentricities if she agrees to help us. Oh, she haven't seen Master Matoya like Alphinaud has.
Come to disturb my peace again, have you? I hide myself away in a cave, and still you people insist on pestering me with your problems. Oh, I mistook you for young what's-his-name, but I see now you're the sister. Weren't you supposed to be the lively one? I've seen happier faces at a rain-sodden burial.
Well, I'm sorry to dash your expectations, but the situation isn't exactly conducive to gaiety.
Ha! That's more like it. Stoller used to spit and hiss like a wildcat too. Better for a young thing like you to be filled with fire and leave the doom and gloom to your elders. Now, what exactly does this tragic situation of yours have to do with me?
If I may, Master Matoya, we have need of your crystal eye once more.
And Stoller is one of the afflicted, is she? Very well. She may be an ungrateful stray, but she's my ungrateful stray, and I'll not see her buried before I am.
Like an elderly grandmother.
Right. Let us see what we can see. I'll begin from where our friends first fell, and cast my senses out from there.
What is it? Did you find them?
But this doesn't make sense. How is it even possible?
How is what possible? Kryl, what did you see?
The threads, they just ended. And no, I didn't lose track of them. I followed them as far as they went. It's as if they were cut off.
Could their ether have dissipated if it had? Oh gods! Their bodies are just husks. It's like the Broodmother's daughter all over again.
No, this is different. The Kalyana girl was already dead, body and soul, when Lakshmi effected her resurrection.
Aye, let's not jump to conclusions. If their physical forms yet breathe and show no signs of wasting, then it follows that their souls must still be intact somewhere.
But where?
That's the question, isn't it, girl? Death has not taken them to the ethereal sea, yet there are no tracks left for us to follow.
We're no closer to an answer than when we started. But knowing their souls are still out there is progress of a sort. We just have to keep looking. Pray, excuse me a moment. Yes? I remember, but... What, to Alamigo? We're on our way. That was Lise. Apparently, a group of Populares have defected to Alamigo, and Maxima, the envoy Alphinaud left with, is one of them.
Oh, not again. The enchantment barely seems to take these days. I chalk it up to old age, but I rather doubt it's that simple.
Before they took ill, Y'shtola and Urianger were sharing notes on a thinning of the ether. It seems to be happening all over.
Does it now? And here I was, all set to blame my woes on that creaking mountain of refuse clogging up the Thaliak. I fear something has gone awry. Still, there's naught to be gained from starting at shadows. You can only do what can be done, and that but one thing at a time.
So that was the woman who tamed Y'shtola. I had the distant feeling of being grabbed by the scuff of the neck and having the nonsense shaken out of me. When Alphinaud is back, I would like to visit again and ask her what tales she has of grandfather. I almost can't bear to hear what Maxima has to tell us, but it can't be bad news, can it? Lisa would have said, unless there is no point in speculating. Lisa said she notified the guards of our coming, so we should head straight to the palace gate in the Almahigan quarter. I'll be praying for good news, learn what you can about Alphinaud plight, and leave the search for our friends' lost souls to me. Thalic Mountain? Where is the Thalic Mountain? Where is said gate? It wants us to throw open a gate, but there's no such gate to throw open. At least I know where Maxima went, because he wasn't with the group. nice to know they're all healthy and not taken by the Black Rose.
I'm sorry to drag you halfway across the realm, but when Maxima mentioned Alphino, I thought you'd want to hear the news in person.
Ah, we meet again. Though I was hoping our reunion would be under more auspicious circumstances.
What happened to my brother? Where is Alphino?
Never fear, my lady. Your brother was in fine health when I took my leave of him, and I have no reason to assume that has changed.
You assume?
If you will allow me, I shall endeavor to explain events. Our troubles began not long after we departed Doma. While crossing the burn, we were fired upon by the Emperor's personal guard and forced to make an emergency landing. As we stumbled from the wreckage, our attackers fell upon us again, and we would have perished there and then were it not for the intercession of a third party, a band of mercenaries whose leader claimed to pursue a vendetta against the Ascians. This Shadow Hunter, as he styled himself, then escorted us out of the wastes to relative safety. Upon arriving back in civilization, I gathered my Populares colleagues and prepared to flee the Empire. Master Alphino, however, declined the invitation to join us, preferring to continue his investigation into the Ascian threat.
Well, at least he's not lying in a heap in the burn. Tell us more about these Ascian hunters. Who are they? And is Alphino still with them?
He is. As to who they are, I'm afraid I have nothing to tell you. Beyond the fact that they root out and destroy Ascians, they were unwilling to divulge anything which might serve to identify them. They would not even reveal their next destination. But Master Alphino asked to accompany them all the same. Since parting company with your brother, we've been engaged in a game of cat and mouse with the Emperor's Guard. We made our way through province after province, finding the army busy restoring order wherever we went, until we finally arrived here in Alamigo. I cannot thank Commander Aldin enough for giving us such an unexpectedly warm welcome.
I'm not inclined to turn away refugees, no matter which land they call home. And if they can tell me how things lie in Garlemald, all the better.
On that subject, there is much I would tell you. During the course of our journey, we heard tales that an entire rebel army had been slaughtered in the space of a single night. It would seem my former comrades grew tired of putting down uprisings in the conventional manner, and chose instead to bring a formidable new weapon to bear. Details were sparse, but the rumor alone was enough to dampen the flames of rebellion. I have also heard reports that several companies have withdrawn from their designated provinces and begun marching westward. It is my assessment that the Empire's forces are mobilizing for a large-scale military engagement.
Westward? You mean they're getting ready to invade Alamigo?
We knew this was coming, but not that it would be so soon.
We've barely even begun to shore up our defenses. They won't stop an invading army.
No, they won't. Dispatch messengers to the Alliance leadership requesting reinforcements, and send word to our officers in the field to hasten completion of those border fortifications. Prepare to meet the Imperials head on! No matter how quickly we act, we still want for time. When the enemy comes into view, our best recourse will be to open negotiations with their commander, and see that the ensuing proceedings take as long as possible.
Would you and Alisaie head to Doma and let Lord Hien know about this? I'm sure he'll want to hear about Alphino too.
Consider it done. We'll send word...
Untold sorrow must be changed. Ahead looms a calamity. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates.
You heard it too. Well, at least we're both still standing.
Oh, thank the gods. I thought we'd lost you for a moment there. Why does this keep happening?
I wish I knew. Nothing we've tried has brought us any closer to an answer. We'll keep working on it. But first, we need to go and see Lord Hien.
Honestly thought Alize was going to pass out right there. I was like, oh, another soul to go down. So Alphinaud is safe for the present, at least. Now all we need to worry about is a full-scale Imperial invasion. I'm actually glad Lyse tasked us with visiting Lord Hien. Better to be dashing from place to place than sitting around stewing over things we can't change to the Enclave. I need to get teleport. I need to get teleport tickets. That way you can stop paying 1,000 gil per teleport. Even though presently I'm at 1k or 1 mil. Oh, there's Damascus here? Greetings, my friends. I was just discussing future endeavors with the members of our newly formed alliance. The Kojin and the Confederacy we already know, and it was your own strength of arms that won the corruption of the steppe. We have been joined by our neighbors of Nagja and the indomitable citizens of Damascus. Though the scattered nation of the latter's resistance will somewhat delay their official introduction. The proud peoples have united under a single purpose, to stand against the entirety of the Gallian Empire. I'm glad to see your alliances coming together so swiftly. As next thing I fear we shall soon have need of your strength. I thank you for bringing me the news of Alphinaud. His fate is never far from any thoughts, and not only because he is our emissary. As for this sudden development of Imperial forces, I agree that Alamigo would be wise to shore up its defenses with all haste. Every report we resource from our shinobi indicates a massing of troops in the western provinces. It seems all but certain that the Empire is posed to bring its fist down upon the areas here. And I would help deflect that blow, but I cannot risk sending reinforcements just yet. We will remain vulnerable to air assaults until our wall in the Burns is in place. The all-important Elegant Energy Barrier. The Energy Barrier, yes. I thought to call it something more auspicious, a name drawn from the four lords of legend, perhaps Syria's Aegis, or something such. Well, just a thought. The network's engineer report that they have finished calibrating the generators and are ready to proceed to the testing stage. Have you time to attend the first test? You've seen the field which protected Azazel firsthand, and I would be interested to hear how you think our compares. I will come too, if you don't mind, though I know you're still alive. I may be able to offer some insight. Of course, time being of the essence, I would be best if we made directly for the burn. Yugiri, I leave you and Hikaru to bring the war council to a close. Understood. Your mounts are saddled and ready, my lord. We're aware of storms. We will cross the burn by Yola Falcon as before. Join me at the overlook near the House of Fears. Back to areas I can't directly fly in. Plus, I'm in the cave anyways. At least I don't have to do the dungeon again. Give the word and when you're ready to take wing. Oh, it's only one?
It seems the engineers have matters well in hand. Should the barrier work as we intend, Doma will be free to reinforce her allies in Alamigo without fear of weakening her own borders. Honored friends, the time has come to put your hard work to the test. Start the generator.
Node 1 is operational. Nodes 2 to 8 are reporting similar energy levels. The barrier is forming. $1,000 yards, 2,000, 3,000. Expansion remains smooth. No fluctuations detected. 4,000, 5,000. Target altitude reached. The barrier is holding steady at 5,000 yards. We've done it.
Is that an Imperial airship? Of all the rotten timing.
But this is a gift, Mistress Alisaie. They can test our new wall for us. Seems solid enough, though I was hoping for a fireball.
Oh, that's bad. He's been inflicted by the voice, hasn't he?
It's Alphino.
What are you? Let me go! He has my brother!
Lower the barrier!
Be at ease, girl. The lad is not dead, merely locked in slumber.
No, not him too.
We could identify no cause and found no remedy. Thus I sought to return him to Doma, and into the arms of Lord Hien himself, it would seem. It is a day for fated reunions. Would you not agree, adventurer? Or should I address you as the Warrior of Light?
He knows me. Ah, the Black Wolf.
I, Gaius van Baelsar, the Black Wolf. That was the title I was given. One I have long since relinquished.
I didn't expect him to be...
Stand down. The legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion died in Castrum Meridianum. I am no more than Gaius Baelsar, a man without rank or allegiance.
Impossible! There's no way you could have survived!
Do you remember how it unfolded? How I was deceived by La Habrea? How I was convinced that reviving the Ultima weapon would allow me to bring peace to Eorzea? The Ascian used me, as he used so many others, all to further the restoration of his wretched god. Yet even with the might of Alec at my command, you bested me. And as the Praetorium went up in flames, I was content to burn along with it. For a moment at least. A moment of folly. To surrender my life thus would have been to betray all who died for my cause. It was for them that I dragged myself free of the rubble, and swore vengeance on the Ascians. The Black Wolf has shed his pelt, never to return to Garlemald or her legions. I live now only to exact revenge. My principal quarry was to be La Habrea, whom I gather you have since ushered onto oblivion. But so many more remain. Long as their kind lurked in the shadows, laboring to sow chaos throughout our world, I would see each and every one dragged into the light and put to the sword. Are the Scions not of like mind?
In this single respect, perhaps.
Then I shall continue the partnership the boy began, and share what intelligence I have acquired. Among the Ascians, the Black-Masked Ilk are subordinate to those who wear red. This you already know. Yet among the Red there exists a hierarchy. Those set adrift with the shards clearly stand below those still joined to the Source. Nabriales, who once dared to intrude upon the Rising Stones, belonged to the former group, and while he was indeed a dangerous foe, his powers were inconsequential next to the paragons of the Source. The first was La Habrea, who plagues us no more. There is also the white-robed Elidibus, and the elusive Emmet Selk, about whom little is known.
We have files on La Habrea and Elidibus, but I believe this Emmet Selk is new to us? As I assume my brother told you, we have evidence to suggest that an Ascian now walks in the body of the Crown Prince. Have you identified this interloper?
Elidibus seems the most likely culprit. As emissary, it is his role to maintain the equilibrium between darkness and light. Your many deeds in Hydaelyn's name have upset the balance, and I believe he seeks to restore it by throwing his considerable power behind the Empire. As a leader of the Ascians, he is one of our primary targets. It was on the trail of this very prey that the boy and I came across the scene of a failed uprising. In the absence of a single Garlean casualty, we inspected the bodies of the rebels, and the lack of any external injury drew my immediate attention. They had been slain by Black Rose, an alchemical invention of the Imperial Army. When I yet served as legatus, I ordered its production halted, and all stockpiles destroyed. Toxic gas is not a tool of conquest, but of extermination.
Toxic gas? This must be the new weapon Maxima warned us about. Something deadly enough to sweep away all resistance in a matter of hours. Gods. You don't think they're planning to use this in Alamigo, do you?
Put your fears to rest. We infiltrated the production facility and destroyed all existing stores of the chemical along with the plant itself. Even should they rebuild the operation, they will not soon manufacture another batch. Regardless, I would draw your attention to a directive we discovered in the plant's records. The document was marked with a recent date and authorized with the signature of one Zeno Ciegalvus.
A dead man signing the death warrant for thousands. 'Tis bad comedy.
But the tale does not end there. Within that same facility was a chamber filled with devices of elegant design. Cloning technology, we realized. And what should we find in each and every incubator? But a young Emperor Solus. All of which prompts the question, were the Ascians responsible for these abominations, or was it the will of the Emperor? I must know which hand guides the Empire. Though I have given up my rank, I am yet a son of Garlemald, and I will fight for the future of my homeland. It is time I return to the hunting of shadows. We should focus on our common foe. To reopen old quarrels now would serve no purpose.
You saved my brother's life, so I'm willing to let sleeping dogs lie. But in truth, it's not my decision to make.
I say go to Alamigo and see them.
There was a time when I scorned those who placed their faith in false gods, even as I, in my blinkered conviction, placed mine in Ascian promises. Unlike yours, my strength of will and my restraint was found wanting. We shall meet again, warrior of light.
So that was the infamous Black Wolf. An unexpected ally, to say the least. Well, I am content to leave the fine-tuning of the barrier to cleverer minds. Let us bid our friends from the Ironworks farewell, and see what can be done for Alphinaud back in Dorma.
Alphinaud is safely ensconced in a private chamber. My finest healer is examining him as we speak. I've spoken with the physician, and there are no outward signs of illness. Alphinaud is lost in a sleep from which he cannot be awoken, just like the others. It seems that even the lands of the Empire were not far enough away to escape the cursed voice. I share your frustration, Alisaie, I do, but Alphinaud is returned to us alive, in other words, unharmed. All that remains is to find the means to wake him. Until then, you can but fulfill your duties as a scion, yours and your brother's both. You're right, of course. There are arrangements to be made and little time to make them. To business, then, my lord. Now that we know Syria's wall works as intended, can we expect reinforcements for Ala-Mhigo? We most certainly can. As promised, we will send troops to bolster our allies in Eorzea without delay. Be aware, however, that they will not arrive without delay. Save for some few who boast teleportation magics, the bulk of our army forces must be transported by sea. A lengthy voyage for which the small vessel favored by the Confederacy are ill-equipped. Accordingly, I mean to enlist the assistance of these Alinar trading company to finding suitable ships. As for navigation, the distance in question, we are in happy position to be able to call upon those who plotted the course of my people's exodus to Eorzea. Beyond the procurement of ships, I think it's likely that our East Aldernard friends will consent to an involvement in military operations, but I am certain they will afford Alphinaud a berth aboard on one of their vessels. I shall have a Shurigan accompany him every elm of the way to the Rising Stones. You have my thanks, Lord Ian. You agree, I will go on ahead with our friends till Ala-Mhigo, enlist all those capable of teleportation, put them at the disposal of Eorzean allies as soon as possible. They will form the vanguard. Yes, my lord. This is exactly what we hope for. We and the alliance leaders would be glad to indeed to welcome the combined strength of the East. Somewhere else? The Blackworks chemical plant.
Our supplies at Black Rose have been ruined, but the new plant is already under construction. We should have the first batch ready in time for the offensive, Your Radiance.
See that you do.
Ah, yes, the infamous Black Rose. If I recall correctly, Gaius did not much care for the invention. A ruthless and indiscriminate weapon indeed, this airborne poison. It seems you are capable of making decisions worthy of your bloodline.
With no gift for sorcery, we Garleans must look to Magitech to even the odds.
If it spares the needless deaths of our soldiers and serves the cause of this empire, there is no method I would not employ.
How very noble of you. Truly, though, I must commend you for embracing your role as Emperor. You play the part of the determined ruler well. Sometimes even I catch myself believing. A silent agent of death. Now that I think on it, Black Rose may well possess the perfect aspect. Slowly but surely, the deluge of light has worked upon the ether here in the source, and the gas should be most susceptible to its influence. Well, I shall leave you to your own devices. Go forth and bloody the land with your grand and glorious war.
While you do what, precisely?
Need you ask? I will be doing what all Ascians do.
I am well aware that your kind exists only to usher in the next calamity. But you seem oblivious to the harm your singular agenda causes to the Empire. You cannot have forgotten the events which followed your mortal demise. Our homeland was plunged into civil war for your failure to name a successor. The edifice you so carefully constructed was but a hair's breadth from collapse.
Are you truly so naive? You thought me oblivious to the consequences of a departure so painstakingly timed?
It was by design?
Well, of course it was. Though I will admit the resulting panic exceeded even my wildest expectations. But how can you be surprised? Throwing the world into disarray was the very purpose for which this nation was, as you say, so carefully constructed. Now, if you have no further questions, I must be on my way. Since we may not meet again in this lifetime, it would be remiss of me not to offer a word or two of gratitude. I really must thank you for this surplus of vessels. I can mold any host into my own image, but having bodies tailor-made for me in this fashion is so much less tiresome. You dabbled in Allagan cloning techniques, yes? It certainly is a compelling, not to mention entertaining, field of research. And of all the options available, you chose the Founding Father on whom to experiment. You have a twisted streak to you, Varus, like grandsire, like grandson, eh? If events play out as planned, this will become something of a family enterprise. You will be the capstone of this world, I the anchor and shard, and together we will give the lie to this star's fraudulent existence.
He seems to be the director of darkness rather than a equilibrium like Elidibus. We must leave now to convince the Eorzeans leaders to, and may it be some time before I return to Doma. Hikaru, I leave you in command, my lord. I shall assemble an advance party with all haste and join you in Almega forthwith. I've just received word from Lise. The Alliance has established a base camp near Almega's northeastern border. Once we arrived in the logs, we report to a resistance officer stationed in Portoria, who will point us in the right direction. Let's not keep them waiting. It's 5 o'clock already, Zelox. Oh, you must be the science party I was told to look out for you. If you'll follow me, I'll take you directly to the Alliance headquarters.
Welcome back, you two. Greetings, Lord Hien. Glad you could join us.
Glad to be here. I would have come sooner, where our own defense is not in question, but I am pleased to report that our soldiers are assembling for deployment to Ala Mhigo as we speak.
We're grateful for your support. Thanks to the efforts of our allies, it won't be long before we've established defensive positions on this front as well.
We have some good news, too. Alphinaud has come back to us. As for the bad news...
So, Alphinaud won't wake up, Gaius van Baelsar is alive and hunting Ascians, and the Empire is planning to poison us all with toxic gas. Does that sound about right? Ordinarily, any one of those things would have left me in shock. But the way things have been lately, it's all starting to seem pretty normal. Getting back to your report, are we sure this Black Rose is the weapon Maxima was talking about?
It fits the description. And it seems we have Alphinaud to thank for sparing us an early demonstration of its effectiveness. I have a feeling this won't be the last time his bravery in the Empire will serve us here in Eorzea. The threat of an unknown weapon has had us all on edge. But now that we know what we're dealing with, we can take steps to defend against it. As for Gaius, I'm not sure what to think. Am I happy he's alive? Not in the slightest. Am I happy he's hunting Ascians? Aye, I'd have to say I am.
Oh, speaking of Garleans you didn't expect to see, we have a tale of our own, as it happens. When we sent envoys to the Imperial Army to request talks, they returned with the message that Varys Zos Galvus would be attending.
The Emperor himself. Well, Varys did sanction the Popularis peace mission. But knowing that an Ascian walks in his son's skin, I do not see how we can trust him or anyone from that nest of vipers.
The Alliance would proceed with negotiations regardless, if only to give ourselves more time to prepare. We do, however, require your cooperation.
Right. Yes. So, As a condition for the talks to go forward, the Empire has requested that a member of the Scions be present. There'll be a representative from each Alliance nation, of course, but I'm afraid we have to ask that you come along too.
God, Lise, you know how much I hate politics. But then, what choice do I have? Alphino and the others aren't going to do it. Very well. I shall attend as the Scion's representative.
In case you're wondering why I didn't ask you, the Empire also requested the presence of Eorzea's champion. That's settled then. We don't know what Varys means to bring to the table, or why he wants you there, but having you close at hand will make all the difference.
The meeting will take place on the border. Anticipating an early assault, we mean to position the bulk of our forces nearby.
The Alliance leaders should already be on their way. Once you're ready, we can head out and join them.
Well, I don't suppose it's polite to keep the Imperial rating too long, shall we? Yatta has the biggest share in the room, apparently.
Esteemed representatives of the Eorzean Alliance. On behalf of the Garlean Empire, I thank you for inviting me here today. As this parley was convened at your request, I invite you to speak first.
Very well, Your Radiance. I, Nanimo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, should be pleased to oblige you. As recent events in Alamigo and Doma have made plain, the subjugation and exploitation of neighboring nations is not a sustainable policy. Should this day end in war, you may very well defeat us, but you will never extinguish the people's desire for freedom. Though it may not be in our lifetime, there will be another revolution, another war, and the cycle will continue. Doma has entered into a concord with the nations of Eorzea, a partnership wherein we recognize one another as equals. Garlemald could be afforded similar treatment. You need only set aside your ambitions and join us in paving a path towards peace.
You will not win me over with sophistry, Your Grace. As you know only too well, this alliance lacks the strength to keep the peace within its own borders. Even now, your struggles with the Beastmen continue unabated. Divided, you sow this fertile soil with the seeds of your differences and reap naught but discord and chaos for your trouble. Eorzea must be united under one leader, one purpose. I would offer you both and bring an end to your strife.
With all due respect, Your Radiance, the only thing that you offered the people of Alamigo was fear and hopelessness.
The citizens of Dorma can also attest to the meager arms of imperial rule. There is no purpose to be found in a life of oppression, each day more uncertain than the last.
Our people are willing to die for their freedom. A great many already have, and countless more will, if we don't put an end to this madness here and now.
We brought order and stability to your lives. This madness and bloodshed is of your own making. You broke the peace, not Garlemald.
Peace. Order. You kill our peoples, despoil our lands, take everything that is ours. And what? You expect us to lick the boot that grinds our faces into the dirt?
I expect you to weigh the costs. To recognize that countless lives have been lost on both sides in pursuit of a greater good, and to not squander all we have achieved in a fit of petulance.
Your Radiance. I fear I can personally attest to the dangers of pursuing one's vision with such righteous fervor. For 1,000 years, the Holy See of Ishgard waged war with dragons. 1,000 years of sacrifice, of sorrow and hate, in which we bathed in the blood of friend and foe alike. Had it gone on any longer, we may well have drowned. Yet we have chosen to raise ourselves out of this bloody spiral, and have since made peace with our former enemy.
So I understand. No doubt the dragons were more receptive to your overtures in the wake of their leader's demise. You speak of peace, yet use war to achieve it. Your father would not have bothered to obscure his intent with honeyed words. He understood that strength is all that matters in the end. Without his clarity of vision, I can but wonder what will become of Ishgard and her people. There was a time when Garlemald, too, lacked a leader of conviction. Weak and unable to wield magic, we were at the mercy of the strong, from whom we sought refuge in the bitter cold of the north. Were it not for the discovery of Ceruleum and the subsequent development of Magitech, we might never have gained the power to take back that which was rightfully ours.
You speak as if your people were the first to have been driven from their homes. Limsa Lominsa was built by wayward souls in search of a place to call their own. On the shores of Vilbrand we found it, and from those humble beginnings did we grow and flourish. And all without robbing our neighbors of their liberty.
So saith the pirate. Am I to believe that you simply asked the kobolds to yield up their lands and that they were happy to oblige you? That you did not drive them out like rats in the hold of one of the many ships seized by your privateers? I will concede that after centuries of exile, reclamation may be mistaken for invasion. Nevertheless, it is not. And those who till stolen soil have no right to object when cast out in turn.
Your uncompromising nature rivals that of the Ixal. They too lament circumstances which they themselves perpetuate. Were they but to embrace peace, we would welcome them with open arms. Indeed, some few have done just that, and now receive of the 12's Wood's bounty. Would that your people might learn from their example.
You dare compare us to the Birdmen? You who thought to invoke the 12 and threaten all of creation?
I came here in the hope of finding some speck of common ground, but I see now these discussions will accomplish nothing. Despite what you people may believe, I am not wont to choose the sword over the olive branch. 'Tis but a pity men are loath to accept one without first being shown the other.
Wait! I beg you. This meeting was supposed to be a chance to find a way forward together, not to bemoan the missteps which brought us here. Please. If you truly consider violence a last resort, there must be a way we can come to an agreement.
As Mistress Alisaie says, we did not come here to bicker over the past, but to discuss how we might strive towards a brighter future. Emperor Varys, may I suggest a short recess, that all present might compose themselves prior to beginning anew?
Very well. I pray this intermission will suffice to move these talks in a more constructive direction.
I actually do want to talk to everyone else, because he hit a sore spot for pretty much everyone. I do much wonder at the Emperor Varys' decisions to attend these negotiations. It is plain he has no intentions of hearkening to our entreaties, but what then his goals? It's true that Limsa Lominsa's beginnings were not wholly honorable, but our old wrongs do not make the Emperor's deeds right. For years we warred with the Empire, and with no end in sight. A parley such as this represents a unique opportunity, and I would not squander it with bitter words. Varys holds fast to his ideals, just as I knew he would. He would not be swayed from his path. Why do I get the feeling that the Emperor is hiding something? For a moment, I feared our talk would descend into violence there, and then Alisaie speaks of her dislikes for politics, but her honest plea may very well have prevented an early battle. Whatever rebuttal I had in mind was lost when Varys mentioned my father. The man is certainly skilled at keeping his opponent off balance. This is really not my forte. After his Radiant's little performance, it was all I could do not to swear at him. I honestly don't know how I ended up playing the mediator. I just asked myself what Alphinaud would have done, tried my best to do the same, and by some miracle it worked. But there really is no common ground to be found with that man, nor do I think he looked for any. So the question becomes, what did he come here to do? Because you may be certain it wasn't to make peace. Whatever it is, I cannot make it out. Not yet, at least. We do have a little time before the parley is due to reconvene, though, so why not try consulting our earliest leaders? They have some insight to share. I just talked to everyone. Lordian first. This parley was never likely to bring peace, but I had hoped to learn something in Imperial Vara's relationship with the Yassians. I said we all, yet if he is in the league with them, he is not likely to volunteer the fact. If he is not, how much weaker would his position seem for their presence? If we are to broach the particular subject, we will need to be subtle. Would that I knew more of the man, if you would indulge. Me, Lordian, you received an Imperial education, did you not? Is it true that the Emperor's will is considered absolute? There's no higher authority of all of Garlemald, nor else in the heavens come to that. Venture of the gods is forbidden, and the only worship permitted being that of his radius own person. I share your disdain for their hypocrisy, even as they degenerate the idea of faith. They revere the leader with a favor other reserves for the divine. 'Tis a flock common to much of the doctrine they fed us. Logical on the surface, perhaps, but contradictory upon closer examination. I wonder if a discussion of various discrepancies might promote Varys to reveal something. I will say one thing for this Varys: he is well versed in our Eorzean history. His interest in our affairs is that of a beast in his prey. The conqueror would know his enemies. All should know their enemies, yet there is so much and more we don't know of the Empire. You would have me ask the Emperor himself? Well, mayhap there is some wisdom in that. If we can skirt the storm of his displeasure, we may yet come to our answer, even if it does mean sailing close to the wind. So have mercy, but for Lady Alisaie's timely interjection, we might well have come to blows at the negotiation table. Not that the Emperor Varys left us a great many options. Is unconditional surrender all he will accept, do you think? Ere he arrived, I have said yes, but having heard him speak, I cannot help but think he came with some other end in mind. Exactly, he's building up to something, I know it. How then should we approach the rest of the parley? Have you anything to say, Warrior Blade? You believe he is more apt to reveal the truth if we put him at his ease? Mayhap you are right. Thank you. You've spoken with everyone then. Now all that remains is to wait the pleasure of the Emperor. I hope we fare better at a second attempt.
Now then, who would have the floor?
Before we resume, I wish to offer you an apology. After you graciously accepted our invitation to discuss an armistice, we have done naught but rebuke you at every opportunity. I believe I speak for all of us when I say we are deeply sorry for our discourtesy.
I'll admit your familiarity with our affairs surprised me, and served to remind me how little I know of yours.
I think all here can understand the desire to reclaim one's homeland. But why expand further? That is my question.
If I may, The answer can be found in the Imperial doctrine they took great pains to impart to my people. Recognizing the threat Icons posed to the world, Solus Zos Galvus decreed that they were to be eradicated. To this end, he began a campaign to unite all lands under the Garlean banner. Or so we were taught. Yet the Emperor only reached the burn, the Baron said to have been laid waste by Icons, after conquering all the lands that lay between. What is more, I am quite certain the practice of summoning was not nearly so widespread in the days before the Empire's founding.
When you put it like that, it all starts to sound like an excuse, doesn't it? But to distract from what? Why are you really waging this war?
Finally, you ask the right question. I can but hope you heed mine answer and at last accept the righteousness of our cause. My goal is this: to return the world to the way it once was, the way it was always meant to be. In doing so, mankind will be made whole once more. No longer will we suffer from the dissension born of our differences. There will be but one race, a perfect race, as we were when time began.
What in Rhalgr's name are you talking about?
I am talking about the origins of the star, of the source and its 13 reflections. At the instant of the great sundering, 'twas not only the world that was shattered, but mankind itself. Thus were we divided into myriad races, each with its own unique imperfections. That is why man looks upon his neighbor and feels fear and hatred, why he wages war, why he kills his brother. You all in your own way have proven as much today. The peace you seek is but a fleeting solution to a fundamental problem. One which calls for more drastic measures. To bring about everlasting peace, our worlds must be rejoined. That is the goal the Empire would see realized. The glorious future unto which we shall one day shepherd mankind.
A rejoining of worlds.
I have heard this tale of the Source and its reflections before.
Are these not the self-same desires as the Ascians?
Emperor Varys, do not trust in their words. They will lead you to your doom. My father thought to use them, but in the end he succumbed to their temptations. He embraced summoning like so many other pawns before him. Do not tell us you mean to do the same.
To be a pawn, free from the burden of choice, would be a blessing. But I forswore that privilege the day I learned that the Garlean Empire was built by the hand of an Ascian.
What?
Yes. My grandsire, the former Emperor, is of their number. And who better to build an empire capable of bringing about the calamitous change we desire? Would you condemn me for this alliance? For bowing to the will of these shadowy masters, when the prize is true and lasting peace?
I come not to conquer, but to liberate. To free man from the prison of divergence.
Imagine a world united. One perfect race beneath a single standard. An army before whose might these servants of darkness and light would fly as leaves in a storm, never again to meddle in man's affairs. We would be the masters of our own fate. I bid you join me, not as subjects of Garlemald, but of a new nation. And together we shall win freedom for ourselves and generations yet unborn.
You want to trigger another half-dozen calamities? You can't be serious!
Have you forgotten how many died? There will be no one left!
Do you truly imagine we would aid you in your bloodletting?
It is unthinkable! Unconscionable!
And what is the alternative? To be as cattle waiting for slaughter? I would have us work together, that we might take fate into our own hands!
Into your hands, perhaps. But what of the other worlds, your radiance? With every calamity, you obliterate a star and every soul that dwells on it.
To the Ascians, we are all but tiny, momentary specks within an indifferent universe. We cannot hope to oppose them until we have been made whole once more.
Are these truly the words of Garlemald's ruler? The flaws and foibles which you so abhor are what make us who we are. Every nation, even yours, Emperor Varys, is made whole through the combination of these imperfections, the strengths of one compensating for the weaknesses of another. While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others, fostering community and cooperation. That the protector of an empire should not only reject these fundamental truths, but seek to change them at so dear a cost to life is indefensible. Such a man is not fit to govern.
And you, warrior of light, would you refuse me as well?
It would seem the Alliance is of one mind on this matter.
You Eorzeans never cease to disappoint me. Though I suppose I have only myself to blame for expecting more from savages. This discussion is at an end. I bid you make ready for our next meeting. It will not be at the negotiating table.
That was eventful. I didn't think he was wholeheartedly embracing the fact that he wants to destroy countless stars. I came back to find Doma's advance party ready and waiting for battle, so as worrying as our little chat with the Emperor was, it did buy enough time for at least some of our allies to arrive.
I'm not sure what I was expecting from our meeting with the Emperor, but it wasn't that. Still, at least we know now what he's really after.
Aye, a future built on a mountain of bodies. I too want the Ascians dead, but not at any cost.
The last of the reinforcements from Doma arrived not long ago. I pray it will be enough. Given the Emperor's stated goal, this is a battle we can ill afford to lose.
If the Garleans come in force, we may not have much say in the matter, even with our combined strength.
We knew from the first that the odds would be against us. But if there is even the slightest chance of victory, we must do everything in our power to seize it.
We must seize it, full stop.
Here!
The two of you are to join an irregular unit and support the main host. I won't bother asking if you're minded to fight.
After coming this far, how could I not? And for once, there's no one around to count them on me. Not that they would. Not even my brother. But we all know who really make the difference. Ready to frighten some Garleans?
I wouldn't want to be on their side.
Might I ask you to accompany the Dorman contingent? They are strangers here, and your presence would do much to raise their spirits.
We would be honored.
When our people stride out with you in their midst, I dare say the Eorzeans will feel an ilm taller themselves. High spirits have a way of spreading.
What I wouldn't give to join you. But my duties as field commander will not allow it. I'll leave the front lines in your capable hands. Comrades, ready your arms. The hour of battle has come. May the crystal guide us to victory!
Since the others couldn't be here, we'll have to fight twice as hard. If Alphinaud wakes to find the Imperials have won, I shall never hear the end of it. It's strange. I thought I would be terrified when the fighting started. I should be terrified. But with you at our side, I can't help feeling everything is going to be all right.
Sounds like a major jinx.
So please, don't you dare leave me alone. No matter what happens, we have to survive together.
Oh, this is a duty. Okay. I thought it was going to be like the fight in the steps. And I'm not high enough. Let me go see if I can go buy another ring. Well, I've unlocked it, so you have to do it. Maybe I can buy a ring for some on the market board. Is there a market board here? Yeah, probably have to. Or there is no market board here. Oh. It's a market board in Limsa Lominsa, though. Screw it. I'm gonna go to the other one. It's crowded. Do. Oh, because all my stuff is full. Don't need you. And that put me over the top. Alright. Well, while we wait, I will go take a break, and I shall be back forthwith. I'm gone long and it starts. I was gonna fix me something to eat, but I didn't have time to. Gosh. There's dirt and fire everywhere. And there's a giant bunny girl. Okay.
Forward! Forward!
Good shot. Everything's flying. Even that warhound. Oh, I should have saved that buff for this. It didn't last long enough. We got through it though. I am greeting all of this. Because of the blue on the left. Cerulean.
I shan't hold back!
Look at those pitches. He's infinite. Grab that.
You underestimate me!
You nailed the sushi with this.
My way.
Indian stuff. that.
Have one!
Well, blue and red one. Were they at the meeting? Oh, well, dang. I got caught by the last one. What was their purpose? Can't believe I got hit by the last one.
There you are, and none the worse for wear.
Indeed. I had hoped we might do more to help, but there seems to be no one left to fight.
A tactical withdrawal, perhaps?
We should give chase. Finish them off while we have the chance. Imagine the other surprise when they wake to find the war already won.
The light will expunge all life. Only you can forestall the calamity. Throw wide the gates.
No! 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 Not like...
Oh no. Don't tell me. Are you all right? Quickly! We must get her back to the encampment.
See who's leaving who. Leave me behind on the battlefield. And you with such high spirits. So the Gallians have been routed, have they? Well done. Though this exchange was no more than a test of strength, like as not, they won't be taking any chances now that the Empire has joined the fray. They'll want to take their time, whittle down our defenses. Still, with your help, that of our Eastern allies, we've passed the first test. Our line is unbroken. As for Alisaie, well, she's in good hands over at the infirmary. My lord, the Shirgans have completed their examination of Mistress Alisaie, and it is as we feared. She is locked in a slumber without any outward cause. Just like the others. The Gallians picked a fine time to come knocking. 5 signs incapacitated with the enemy at our doorsteps. I cannot spare the man to assist in the search for a cure. The best I can do is see to it that Alisaie is escorted safely back to the Rising Stones. Yuguri and I will return to our encampment. The remaining contingent of our forces from the Far East is under sail, and all must be made ready for their arrival. I'll not keep you then. Judging by the Guardians' recent movements, or lack thereof, they won't be launching another offensive in the immediate future. You should return to the Rising Stone, give the plight of your fellow scions. I can understand if you feel on edge, but you'll be no good to anyone without rest. I don't know if it's gonna take me to a different world or if I'm just gonna voluntarily just be like, hey, let me just do something. Welcome home. Would has it you that Mistress Alizé gave the Guardians quite a thrashing? Speaking of whom, where is Mistress Alizé? I was certain she would have returned by now. By the 12, not her too. Alright, I will ready the infirmary for her arrival. We will also need to send a message to Tataru Postes. With that, I had something other than grim tidings to share with her. And with you too, for that matter, it grieves me to report that the Archon's conditions remain unchanged. As we speak, the Colton, Krill, and Master Matoya continue to explore every possible avenue. Alas, their efforts have yet to bear fruit. But all is not lost. You are still held and whole after all. Though I suspect you must be tired from your journey, you should rest, my friend. Leave the worrying to us for the time being, at least. Meanwhile. Yours is a welcome face indeed. In these troubled times, though, if you've come to inquiry about our stricken brothers and sisters, I'm afraid I have not to report. Colton and the others continue their tireless search for their answers, and I, too, have done all in my power to assist them. My apologies for the intrusion. I was told Master Alphonse had been brought here and wished to see if his condition hasn't improved. Mistress, I have heard about the part you played in driving back the Imperial forces. Thank you. That you were able to stop them, if only for a short while, gives me hope. Nevertheless, how strange such words must sound coming from a Guardian's lips, but I speak them out of love. I bear for my homeland, because I wish to see an end to the bloodshed. That is why I chose to share all that I know with the Alliance. Though I will surely be branded a traitor, I am content to bear that it can be... 1 second. Apologies for that one. That is why I chose to share all that I do know with the Alliance. Though I will surely be branded as a traitor, I am content to bear the ignominy. Twill seem a small price to pay if it helps to prevent this conflict from escalating any further. But enough of my prattling. The war is not what brought me all this way. I came to see Master Alphinaud. An acquaintance of the adventurer in Alphinaud, are you? Well, far be it for me to turn away good company. If you will follow me, sir. When word reached me that Alphinaud has returned, it seemed only right that I visit him. Poor lad. It pains me to see him thus, but I take solace in the knowledge that he is safe and well cared for. He fought valiantly at the burn. The Popularis could not have wished for a more committed ally. I know not how he came to be so afflicted, but I pray a cure will be found soon. On an unrelated note, you may be interested to know that I travel here in the company of another acquaintance of yours. He waits my return at the North Silvertier, and I am certain he would be glad to see you, assuming you can spare the time, that is. The Black Wolf. Definitely the Black Wolf. Oh, green chocobo. Oh, Sid. Ah, there you are. I was beginning to think you would not come. Sounds like you've been through the mill. You should have called me. Though I must confess, tracking down missing souls isn't exactly within my field of expertise. As you may have surmised, I heard much of Master Garland's growing up in Garlemald. Indeed, he has long been a source of inspiration to me. Most Garleans would say he's a traitor, but that he turned his back on his country. We of the Popularis, however, consider him a revolutionary, a man willing to defy the Empire's dream of subjection, that his inventions might bring about a better future for all mankind. Please, revolutionary is a term best reserved for my work. I am but an imperial defector who thought to aid another imperial defector. Whatever Master Garland says, I am humbled to find myself in such distinguished company. Speaking of distinguished company, we heard from Rabban that you ran into an old friend in the burn. Is it true Gaius is still alive? Like most in the army, I never had the privilege of seeing the legatus without his mask. To think I walked halfway across the burn in the presence of the Black Wolf. He claimed to have severed ties with the Empire to hunt Ashians, did he? After his humbling at the Praetorium, one would think he would have the good sense to stay dead. Should we meet again, I shall be sure to tell him so. Commander Aladin also spoke of the Alliance meeting with the Emperor, though I still labor to believe that what he told us. Did his Radiance really claim that Garlemald was founded by Ashians? But that is madness. The very notion is absurd. Every fiber of my being rails against it. And yet I see there is no escaping the truth. From the very founding of my homeland, my brothers and sisters have laid down their lives in service to a lie. The actions must be stopped to save my people, to save all peoples. For all the Empire, many crimes even I did not suspect, had I known, I would have left a lot sooner. But that is in the past. Here in the present, we must apply ourselves to the problem of how the Empire's ambitions may be thwarted, not only in Eorzea, but in the Far East as well. The Ironworks will spare no effort to achieve that, and Seer's Wall has a good start, but we can do more. We will. We'll show them what it means to achieve freedom through technology. Begging your pardon, I bear a message for the Warrior of Light. Commander Anthony requests your presence at Alliance headquarters in Almehigo. He would discuss matters of strategy at your earliest convenience. Oh yes, the inevitable messenger. I knew it wouldn't be long before duty called you away. Time no doubt being of the essence. Could I tempt you to ride aboard the Excelsior? If there's a faster way to arrive on site, I will personally apologize to the commander for keeping him waiting. It's weird that he put flames on top of an airship. Also, every time you board my ship, you seem to be barreling headlong into danger, and every time you somehow contrive to emerge victorious, which of course is an admirable skill, but no one is invincible, not even you, so please take care of yourself out there. I pray you remain safe on the front lines. Though ill-equipped to join the fray, I shall do all I can to assist at home headquarters. My colleagues and I have been tasked with evacuating casualties by air. See that you aren't among them. Ah, why you gotta jinx me like that, Sid? Why Sid gotta jinx me like that? You're here, good. I summoned you to discuss strategy, but first I would appraise you of the Gallians' movements.
There have been several skirmishes along the border, but as yet neither side has delivered a decisive blow. We had long assumed that the Garleans would overwhelm us in a straight fight, but we seem to be gaining ground, albeit slowly. As to why that might be, the most likely explanation is that they have yet to commit all their forces. Still, we're winning, and our latest intelligence suggests the Emperor has retreated back to Garlemald. In light of this, we're considering launching an offensive with the aim of pushing the front line forward and giving ourselves some room to breathe.
Commander! The Imperials! They've broken through our defenses to the east!
What?
Our scouts say their forces are being led by Lord Xenos. Lord Hien and Commander Hext have taken their troops to provide support, but we don't know how long they can hold out.
So, they've been biding their time, waiting for his arrival, have they? Very well. Send word to our allies, requesting reinforcements for the front line. Should the worst come to the worst, I may need to enter the fray myself. But what of you? Do you still have the strength to fight? Much obliged. Given the choice, I'd take you over 100 soldiers.
Oh, looks like he can.
Please, I bid you open.
That's different. Is he forcing an open? And it's
What's wrong?
Come to
Was
us.
it the voice again? Are you sure you're in a fit state to do this? May Ralga grant us strength. Give him hell, lass. I, for my part, will defend this place to my dying breath.
Oh, I'm Lord Ian.
Ready? This one's for you, Ada.
Why is Lord Ian so weak? I gotta save my second win for that. Probably gotta stay near me.
This one's for you, Ada.
Oh, I was supposed to say that. Cursed old habit.
Here it comes!
Ah, no, weave.
The weave of a shinobi's power. The art of my forebears.
Yes, give me my body. The reason for a sneak attack is to be sneaky.
Damn you!
Magic? With a Garlean body? That's hardly fair. Still, he must be stopped, no matter the cost.
Ah, bringer of light. It has been too long. no words to mark our reunion? So be it. Equilibrium must be restored, and only your death will redress the balance.
I don't think my death needs to be the only one to restore balance. Oh, okay, it is magic. Discussion. Well, mistakes were made.
I see.
Kills you twice. Or not. I forgot about the echo. That's not fair.
Your mother chose her champion well. Yet, for all your strength, you will still fail.
And that's a bad timing.
Someone calls to you. Too late, alas.
It's a bad call for a call. Jinx. It definitely jinxed me.
At last, I found you.
I got some choice words for you.
Please, there's no cause for alarm. Though, I confess, this is not where I had intended to meet. But the place of our meeting is of no consequence, like the war you wage. Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. The better path leads you here, to me. I have need of your strength. I'm afraid such questions will have to wait. We have precious little time, and your work is not yet done. Go to the Crystal Tower. I have left something for you near its base. It will serve as a beacon of sorts, one which I pray will help you on your journey. All you need do is find it. I will take care of the rest. Soon, we will throw wide the gates. And the path to the first will be yours to walk at last.
You had to wait till me to die to tell me this? You can just... It was already calling me. You should just tell me in the call. Open the gates at the Crystal Towers. I'm in Ishgard.
You're awake. Thank heavens. Do you recall the confrontation with Xenos? You were the first to come to the aid of Mistress Lys and the others on the front line. In the midst of your duel, it is said you faltered, and that the Crown Prince seized the opportunity to deliver a mortal blow. Yet before his blade could find its mark, he was distracted by the arrival of a second adversary who bore you away from the battle of our chirurgeons. Lest you wonder, he left before you awoke. As is his wont. Estinian never was one for emotional farewells. Though Xenos bested all before him, the battle clearly took its toll, for he retreated shortly after your rescue. Seeing this, the remaining Imperial forces decided discretion was the better part of valor and pulled back, allowing us to re-establish our position. We have since received word of renewed unrest in the provinces, doubtless inspired by the efforts of the Eorzean Alliance and our Far Eastern allies. Nor does the good news end there. We have also come into possession of intelligence suggesting unrest within the Imperial Court. This would certainly explain why both the Emperor and Lord Xenos appear to have abandoned the fight. A long-awaited ray of hope in these dark times. Yet to awake, I'm afraid. But please, concentrate on your own recovery for now. You have carried the hopes of some half-dozen nations, and we are all eternally grateful for your efforts. But no one is without their limits, not even you. Leave this fight to us, my friend. You have earned your rest. But before I forget, I was asked to deliver a message as soon as you awoke. A reminder that you are not alone, though many of your allies have fallen. When you are well and rested, you are to return home, where friends will be waiting for you. Now, if you will excuse me, I must return to the front. May we meet again soon, under happier circumstances.
Am I not going to tell him about the Crystal Tower? I mean, Sid would know, definitely, and I'm pretty sure it's in reports. Well, this is most unexpected surprise. I thought you confined to bed. Sad moment. When I heard that you had collapsed on the field of battle, I confess I feared the worst. But with you standing here before me, I see now that the reports of your defeat were greatly exaggerated. Thanks, the Fury. As long as we have you, history suggests we have a fighting chance. Speaking of fighting, you may be surprised to hear that the war's effects can already be felt even here in Ishgard. In anticipation of a need of reinforcement, Arturel will soon be departing for the front lines with a contingent of our finest knights. I would advise you to stay until your strength has returned, but I know it would be an exercise of futility. Indeed, I suspect you have already decided on your next destination. Dark days lay ahead, of what I have no doubt, but the light of hope shall ever guide our steps, so long as we have the will to press onward. And press onward we must. Farewell, my friend. I pray our next meeting will be under happier circumstances. Return, because I have to return home. Oh, Tataru's here too.
By the 12! I don't believe it! I rushed back as soon as I could. I swear, my heart nearly stopped when I heard you'd collapse like the others. What in heaven's name is going on? Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. Oh, well, that's helpful. And what else did he say? The better path leads to him? If his is the voice you've all been hearing, perhaps the others are with him. Sir Emmerich said the fighting had reached a stalemate, didn't he? But if that monster masquerading as Xenos comes back... Thancred, Y'shtola, Urianger, Alphino, Alisaie. You're going to need all of them on your side to defeat him. And I forbid you from going to face him on your own, do you hear me? So if you must leave, go and find the others. Bring them home. As for where to start, you said the stranger had left a beacon for you at the Crystal Tower, right? But how are you to find it, now that the tower has been sealed shut? There has to be a way. If anyone would know, it's Cid and the researchers of St. Coinac's find. Don't you worry, we'll find that beacon for you.
I pray you have good reason for abandoning the front.
How could I remain there while the rumor that my son is possessed by a demon spreads like a sickness here at home? I will not be made to fight for the throne a second time. But what of you? Did you not tell me you would destroy Eorzea's champion with the ease that one might swat a fly?
A minor setback. She will not escape me again. Where is your grandsire? I would have words with him.
How should I know? Do you hide from each other's sight as well? I imagine he's doing what all Ascians do.
He must have found a way to take advantage of this turmoil.
Men are not pawns to be played with, Ascian. You underestimate us at your peril. This war will not be decided by you and yours. Man must choose his own fate, and I, for my part, will do all within my power to see Garlemald emerge victorious.
Pray forgive the intrusion, Your Radiance, but the requested preparations are now complete. We stand ready to begin production of Black Rose upon your order.
Oh, that was the end of Stormblood. That's a really good art rendering. Alright. Hidden art is just as good. I have to go back and look at all the art styles later. Oh, I gotta do that for Heavensward too. I think I skipped it also. I knew you would be alright. And to celebrate your return, I made you this a brand new traveling outfit. I do hope it fits. But now is not the time to fuss over your measurements. I must go and speak with the Sisters of Saint Cornaith. Fine. You go and rest while we track down the beacon. I was wondering about you.
My enemy. My friend. Had I been but a step faster.
Bloody savages!
A pity your hunt leads you elsewhere. Not that I am surprised. May you find joy in it. Grow stronger, more savage, and savor every triumph. In the meantime, I will reclaim that which is rightfully mine.
He wants the seed, and he wants his clothes. Clothes being metaphoric for his body. In the midst of the requiem for heroes, a voice rings out across time and space. It fills of tranquil light, so you seize of darkness. Well, first. My currency, waitress, rings, level 50 rings. If it's you, I can always get you a pair. And I'm just discarding you altogether. Alright. Good news, we have found a stroke of luck in our search for the beacon. Apparently our colleagues have stumbled across a hidden path leading down into the hollows around the base of the Crystal Tower. A path I doubt we'd ever have found had the ironworks and the sons not added their numbers to the party. Thanks to them, we have eager eyes plenty down there, checking under rocks and peering into every nook and cranny. Still, it sounds like there's a lot of ground to cover. My thoughts exactly. The sooner we found the beacon, the sooner we can travel to wherever it is this mysterious voice is coming from. And the sooner we work out how to help our friends, we will have to find a way to wake them up, and before the Empire comes and calling again. Meaning we have no time to lose. There's a boat at the North Civitir waiting to ferry people to the site, so let's be on our way. I had to keep it over the lake. Heading to survey the site, madam. It is on the eastern shore of the lake, and swiftest way to get there is by boat. All right.
Look how many people there are! Should we get to it then? Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like, and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change our look. We've found bugger all without you.
Biggs! Wedge!
Aye, aye. Well, we could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions. Jesse called the chief of some other business, so we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
Thrice as hard, even.
Thank you, both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
I'm not seeing anything out here. Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway? No, thank you.
I could try if you like.
Tataru, no! We couldn't ask you to do that.
Oh, I'll be fine. This receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
Sorry, I meant to say, the scholars haven't finished their preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in. What's that you got there? Now that looks promising.
Isn't that the Ironworks symbol? Counterfeiters?
Now I have you.
You are right.
What's happening?
Stay with me. Focus on my voice. Let expanse contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Oh, this is supposed to happen.
Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Oh, safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends and bring them home.
The dawn's light will shine again.
Oh, do not look at me so.
You're slaves to a tyrant! There's no freedom in that!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you!
Your spirited accounts always comes in welcome.
We did everything right! Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this!
Your time has not yet come.
From endless dreams I awake. Something vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
Rare to meet someone out here who's not a peddler themselves.
What brings you into the wilds this time of night?
Night?
Well, if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. Me granddad, God rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time. And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk, you, he'd reply.
Yeah.
Over 100 bleeding years ago, that's when. You got that look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it. Ah, got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then. Well, I've roads to travel and wares to sell, but you'd best hurry along to the town nearby. Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around. Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium. Dizzying heights it rises, the gleaming spire. Its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy. There, it will all be.
Hairstyles and such.
Halt!
Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not. This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions. From where do you hail? The source? What is this cryptic nonsense? Had you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin. But instead, you chose concealment. And I will not suffer you to pass.
Everything all right, Captain?
Quite all right, my lord. Just a stray sin eater, and a weak one at that.
I see. Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for more. But I see you've met my guest. I will escort her to the Crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
Another of your mysterious friends, is it? I should have known. Very well. I'll inform the others your guest is to be given the run of the city. Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
Come with me. I will answer whatever questions you have when we are somewhere more private. Right then, before we plunge into the wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons. I had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you are still able to make the crossing unharmed is a great relief. And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact. As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exarch, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the Crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions. That is a question with no simple answer. But all shall be explained in due course, I promise you. Let us begin with the glaring skies up above. Here in the first, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light. It began a century ago, by this realm's reckoning. A luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost. And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now. Sin Eaters, we call them. The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity. It was to save the First from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds, that I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes. And though it meant depriving a world of its champion, I had to try, for in saving the First, you would bring salvation to the Source as well. But what manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
Vibrant city. The sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion. Each stone was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol, a monument to defiance in the face of death. No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
Alright. New town. A decent sized one at that. Seems to won't be one size though. And here we are. Welcome, my friends, to the Castorium. Well, since we got the official title and all that, we're gonna go with Summoner, actually. And almost up to level where I need to be. I bought some jewelry and gear later on in a second. Oh, never mind. Now, a full and frank discussion in the privacy of my study would seem to be in order. But I think our conversation would be more meaningful were you first to gain a firm grasp of the situation here. To that end, I would like you to visit a few of the Castrium civic leaders, glean seeming of this world and its predicament. As you can see, this path will take you directly to the Aetheryte, a convenience with which I am sure you are only too familiar. Being the rightful object of my summoning spell, you should, in theory, be able to reach all the way back along your etheric trail and find a connection in the source, believe it or not. I strongly suggest you complete this atonement before venturing any further. After you've done so, walk up the steps next to the Aetheryte and head out to the left, arrive in the castle Crystal Main. This is where you will find our collective of crafters, gatherers, as well as their spokeswoman, Catalyst, one of the people I should like you to meet. Another is Moron. To reach him in his cabinet of curiosity, you'll want to avoid the aforementioned steps. Take the exit on the left and simply continue straight along and down until you come to the large door at the end of the path. The third and final person I should like you to meet is Braggy, our man in charge of trade and distribution. He is to be found in the markets, which you can access from the opposite side of the Aetheryte Plaza. In seeking out each of my colleagues, you will visit a major district of the city and hopefully gain a feel of the place. I trust my directions were simple enough. Very good. I can see the layout of the Castrum owes more to the historic necessity than planning, but I'm sure you'll learn its twists and turns before long. In all honesty, the true challenge may be in finding the right way to approach the citizens. As you discovered during your encounter with the capital, the people of this world are unaware of the existence of other stars and will struggle to accept the truth of your origin. That being the case, when they ask whence you hail, as they inevitably will, I suggest you claim to share a homeland with the Crystal Exarch. There is an unspoken rule here about peering too deeply into the particular mystery. When you finish making the rounds, pray meet me in the large courtyard at the center of the town. Until then. Ooh, look, they have emulsions here too. By focusing your sense, you detect the flow of vastly distant currents of ether. Your connection to these energies is faint but stable and should allow teleportation to Aetherytes in the source. Oh, holy crap. This map is very good. Let's go downstairs. Stay downstairs first. Still down? Excuse me, miss. Are you recently come to the city, perchance? I'm quite familiar with our civic roles. You see, and well, What I mean to ask is, have you brought any books with you? A rambled scroll, even a scrap of scribbled on parchment? My apologies. Literature is something of an exception of mine, as well as a profession. Iberian Moen at your service, and this humble collection is known as the Cabinet of Curiosity. As your powers of perception have likely informed you, my colleagues and I are responsible for curating all manners of tomes and documents and other vehicles for the written word. As horrific as the loss of life and land wrought by the flood, and questionably was, the damage to recorded knowledge was no less catastrophic. We few do well all we can to preserve what wisdom survived. But tell me, what brings you to the cabinet today? Looking for any title in particular, perhaps a spot of academic research? Oh, so you're an interest in the modern history. Splendid. Although review of recent events can often yield novel perspectives, I quite agree. If you would prefer something visual to accompany the account, then I think I have an illustrated history book for children somewhere. Just a moment, I will fetch it for you. And here we are. Would you like to pull up a chair and make yourself more comfortable on the lesson then? A 100 years ago, or near enough not to matter, villains known as the Warriors of Light slew the Shadowkeeper. Its Steward of Darkness. In the wake of the tainted deed, light began to pour into the world as if from unseen cracks. It poured and swallowed without cease until the day and enormous blinding wave rose up and swept across our star. We called the calamity the Flood of Light. Everything it touched was leached of life and vigor, leaving naught behind but a luminous wasteland. Yet just when it seemed that all would be lost, a savior appeared before us. The Oracle of Light, she stood twixt us approaching doom, and by her power did she stay the flood. Thus was Norvald, and Norvald alone spread the fate of erasure. Tragedy would, however, arrive in another form. From the blasted emptiness descend horrors of strange and terrible aspects to bedevil the few folks who survived. These sin-eaters were light incarnate, and their fraudulent presence stole the night from Norvant's sky. Even now, they circle the remaining bastions of civilization, ever on the hunt for us, ever hungry of our flesh. and thus did the world become what it is. Should you ever wish to hear the tale again, I would be glad to retell it for you. Or if you would rather I speak of other matters, that too would be more pleasure. I should be glad to of the company. Oh, you can still go down? Oh, no, you can't. Never mind. It's an impressive library. What if I... Nope. Not that way either. You're to the city, friend. The spinning head and wide eyes give you away. Look, my name is Braggy, and I'm the master of the markets. They gave the district another official title, but I am not in the habit of using it to fluoride my half. In any case, our merchant stock of range of equipment for Drahan such as yourself is, so finding something in your size shouldn't be a problem. Aye, something wrong? Let's see if we can straighten this out. See those two in front of us. The shorter one is Hume. The other taller one is an elf. The sturdy individual over there is a Galdgrin, whilst the one with the horns is a Drahan like you. And then we have the large scaly chaps with long tails and a knack for raising livestock. Those would be the Zoom. Which is apparently not the name you know them by. Now, I'm curious to know which far-fledged region you hail from. Same as the Exarch, eh? Well, that explains it. You don't get much further flung than that, and we've had a few of your lot pass through the recent years. Despite their obvious learning, they floundered over the simplest things. But not to worry. Should you find yourself confused by the local language or customs, I'll be here to answer your questions. He did not go over the rest of years. But nice to know that elves are still elves, not Elizabeth. It seems to be upstairs itself. gonna use the crystal to go back to the main plaza. And T said to the left. I guess shout is server ride, not area ride. I barely listen to the chat, basically. Rare to see a place so well stocked with goods, isn't it? But not here. I'm going to guess you're new to our fair city. Well, for what it's worth, you've chosen a fine sanctuary. The Exarch can throw up a barrier for if the Sin Eaters come knocking, so it's a sight safer in here than it is out there. Safer and more civilized too. Thanks to us in the mean, we work together to procure materials and resources and craft the goods which makes city life possible. This is the place to visit if you need a coat mended or a kettle forged. Just don't go thinking it'll all be handed to you on a plate like those Alumoron laybals. Here in the Crystarium, we work for a living. Though I see you no stranger to honest labor, you don't have the whiff of indolence about you like some folk I've met. Still, I can't quite pin down your profession. Where is it you from? One of the Exarch's countrymen, you say? I see. Well then, I work twice as hard to make you feel welcome. Our city wouldn't even exist if it weren't for him, and any friend of his is a friend of ours. It's quite incredible when you think about it. They say his grand magic summoned the Crystal Tower into existence, pulled the entire thing out of thin air. It wasn't long before droves of refugees began congregating around this base, despite the shelter after losing their homes to the flood. And that's how Crystarium began. The Exarch's invitation building started going up, and with the help of some curious relics brought forth from the tower, the place gradually expanded into the thriving metropolis you see today. The city stood here for decades now, yet the eldest among us swear the Exarch looks exactly the same as he did back then. He is indeed a man of mystery, but for all his secrecy, he has never yet let us down. So if he and you wish to remain silent about your shared homeland, then the folk here will respect your wish for your privacy. I am, however, more than a little curious to see any crafting talent you might be hiding. If you ought to contribute on the front, be sure to come back and visit once you had a chance to settle in. Just ask for Catalyst and I'll find you in a niche. Here in the Crystarium, you can help us keep the cogs of the city greased and turning. Hope that's not below. It is below. Well, how did you fare? Did the Congress help you form a clearer picture of the world and its people? Yes, it seems you were treated to the most thorough introduction. I understand it was some of a chore, but 'twas necessary that you grasp these things before we proceed. As the Crystal Tower origin, you may have noted that details were sparse. The structure is, in fact, the self-same one you knew from the source, transported to the first in its entirety. It was my first attempt to breaching the boundaries between worlds. Something of a trial run for your eventual crossing. Although I do not know whichever I tore it from, I do know that its arrival served to set the wheels of fate into motion. Alright, with that being the case, put on the new gear. Oh, that actually looks really good. Disclaimer. The chest piece actually fits. I'm gonna remove this glamour once I get done with this armor, because I actually really like the armor. But I like this a bit more. Alright, with that, bid fit with.